My name is Michelle McMillan. I am a third-year law student and the co-chair of the Environmental Justice Law Society. And I am up here this morning with.
My name is Angie Kaufman, and I'm the co-chair of the Environmental Law Society and a second-year law student.
And I am Lisa Johnson, and I'm a second-year law student and the education chair for the Native American Law Freedom Association.
We are incredibly excited this morning to welcome you all to Nurturing Hope in Climate Chaos, Indigenous Perspectives and Informed Advocacy. That is the longest symposium title. We are very excited for this day and for the opportunity to learn with you all. This symposium is a group effort planned by our three groups and others. In these turbulent times, we wanted to plan an event that really centered hope while maintaining a realistic eye on current legal challenges in the climate space. And of course, as we're all aware, what those legal challenges are have gotten real crazy in the last few weeks and months to the Trump administration and other factors, and will probably continue to get even crazier, at least in the short term. If you would like this day to be an opportunity for solidarity and a chance to ground ourselves in the good work that advocates and allies are already doing around the world.
To that end, we have put together a day of multidisciplinary perspectives centered around elevating Indigenous advocacy. Our aim is to learn from each other while working to not unduly burden historically marginalized communities with the work of fixing problems created by the cultures in power. This morning, we will have 2 speakers, followed by a panel on water justice. Lunch will be catered by Moon and Stars and will be followed by a virtual speaker. Our final panel of the day is the annual Environmental Law Society panel. This year, it is centered around connection to place and land management and will be followed by a closing speaker and, last but not least, our social hour.
As you can see, each of the tables today has paper and pens on it. Throughout the day, we would like to encourage all of you to engage in some collaborative daydreaming with us. This can involve visions for the future, expressing your hopes or fears, or capturing and reflecting on the things you hear today, or any or none of the above. In the afternoon, we will take half an hour to engage with this activity together. Thank you to everyone who helped to make this day happen, to all of our speakers, volunteers, and to everyone here this morning who is listening. Before we get started, we want to acknowledge that we are on stolen land. In this current moment, when we are witnessing the erosion of our constitutional rights, originally drafted for white men and incrementally stretched to encompass a broader set of the population, but never for all, it is crucial that we acknowledge this history as a tool for moving forward. Our spectacular advisor, Professor Mia Montoya Hammersley, and John, who is also spectacular, will be joining us now to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So to open the space today, John and I wanted to share separate but related cultural traditions that our communities use to open a space. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about mine. So in New Mexico, often there's pueblos that are still located in the northern part of the territory, and then pueblos that have been taken to southern New Mexico and southern Texas following the Pueblo Revolt. So something that has developed over the years is that when communities from the north and south meet each other, they'll exchange an article of clothing to symbolize that that relationship and that shared lineage. So today I've brought a little bit of our traditional salt that has been taken from salt flats that we have been caretaking for since time immemorial. My people were salt traders originally. The salt that we that we would gather in New Mexico would be traded down into Mexico and Central America, up into the plains as well. So I wanted to bring this as an offering, a little piece of my homeland to offer to someone from a different part of the world of Turtle Island.
It's Turtle Island already. My name is John. Wumayu Whiskey Sukwa. I'm of the Wampanoag, Pokanoket. Our tribe is spread out all over the eastern part of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, kind of that area of New England. Turtle Island, as she referenced, is actually called Noepe in Wampanoag. And what was very common for the bands that lived on the coast was to harvest quahog shells. Many of you have probably had those before, maybe in a stew like a quahog, maybe not the shell, but the meat. But what a lot of people don't know is that this is one of the most valuable items that the Wampanoag traded. They would create wampum belts, and the wampum belts were made out of these shells, much in the way my necklace is made out of wampum. The name Wampanoag even comes from this, it's derived from this. And what they would do is they would separate the purple part of the shell from the white part, and the purple part was carved into really intricate beads, and that's what they would make the intricate designs on those wampum belts. If any of you have ever been to Washington, D.C., for instance, there's a statue in front of the National Museum of American Indians, and it shows Washington holding a belt in his hand, and that belt is a wampum belt. So these derive their value not as a form of currency the way we look at dollars, like a physical dollar having some sort of innate value. They derive their value from the effort and the work that's poured into converting this into beautiful pieces of jewelry. It takes time and sacrifice, and that time and sacrifice is time that could have been spent with your family, or time that could have been spent farming and harvesting food, but that you are taking that time and you are giving it to someone else. I have not refined this shell because I actually love materials in their raw form, but I'm always looking for the perfect shell, and I always look for ones that have this really dark line around them, and I collect them and usually just give them to people that I respect and cherish, and I greatly respect Professor Montoya. So this is what I've brought. It is very common in Wampanoag culture to bring a gift of peace. Anytime you have an exchange or a dialogue, it sets the tone. And when we were trying to figure out what we would do to start today's conference, it was a recommendation on Professor Montoya's part that we do this exchange that is inherent to her tribe. And I was like, oh, we do something kind of similar. So we thought we would show you. So thank you for having us. Thank you all so much for coming here today.
So very briefly, I wanted to lead you all through a group grounding exercise, kind of building off of what John and I just shared. So I invite everyone to settle your feet onto the ground, sit up straight, maybe close your eyes gently if that feels good to you. So I invite everyone to reflect on the gifts of this land that is holding us all today as we gather for this symposium. Maybe you'd like to think back to the beauty of the snow this winter. Maybe you've been enjoying the sun on your face and the warmth that's been coming back to the land in the last couple of weeks. Maybe you've noticed the Canada geese have returned from their southern winter home and have rejoined us. Maybe you've noticed the chickadees singing in the morning. think about the wonderful food we're going to have at lunch that was grown from the bounty of these lands, and extend some gratitude out towards the land here, the people who have been in relationship with this land since time immemorial, and then extend your thoughts back to maybe the land where you were born or the land that other lands that you call home. Think about the gifts from those places as well and extend some gratitude to the relationships that have supported you in your life with our plant and animal relatives, other people who are also held and supported by these lands. So I invite everyone to take one collective deep breath for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mia, Professor Montoya Hammersley, and John. That was wonderful. I'd like to now introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Earl Hatley. Mr. Hatley is co-founder of Lead Agency, Inc., a grassroots organization in northeastern Oklahoma, and serves as the board president. Lead Agency is predominantly of Native American membership. Lead Agency is a member of the Waterkeeper Alliance, and from 2003 to 2021, Mr. Hatley served as the Grand River Keeper, patrolling the Grand River and feeder streams and the Upper Grand River watershed. Mr. Hatley currently serves as board member for Vermont Healthy Soils Coalition, Building a Local Economy, known as BALE, and Rural Vermont. He is currently a member of the Vermont Environmental Justice Network Advisory Committee and president of the board for Ottaquechee Water Protectors Association in Quechee, Vermont. Mr. Hatley was appointed in January 2024 to serve as the Ag and Ecosystems Subcommittee of the Vermont Climate Council. Mr. Hatley currently serves as the steering committee for the Western Mining Action Network, WMAN, including their Indigenous caucus. WMAN serves organizations dealing with the impacts of hard rock mining in the United States and Canada. In November of 2020, Mr. Hatley was elected co-chair of WMAN and chair of WMAN's Indigenous caucus. In October of 2022, he was re-elected to both positions for another 2-year term. Mr. Hatley also serves as the Waterkeeper Council for the Waterkeeper Alliance, the organization's governing body, which governs over 350 waterkeeper programs in 47 countries. Mr. Hatley was appointed by 2 of Oklahoma's governors, both Democrat and Republican, to serve on the Hazardous Waste Management Advisory Council for the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality in March 2007, representing the state's environmental community, and he was reappointed in 2009, 2000, and 2011. Mr. Hatley completed his 3rd and final term in April of 2014. Since October of 2007, Mr. Hatley served on the board of directors for Oklahoma Sustainability Network until 2014. His degrees include an ABD Environmental Science PhD program at Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, an MA in Political Science at Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, and a BA in Human Development at Flaming Rainbow University, Westminster College, Fulton, Missouri, and Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Mr. Hatley is an enrolled citizen of the Abenaki Nation of Missisquoi with Cherokee and Shawnee heritage. You may now come up, Mr. Hatley. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that introduction. I haven't heard that read in a long time. I think my talk is over now, right? I only had 25 minutes. That was long. Quine and Nobak, it's an honor to be here. And thank you so much for inviting me. I have 6,000 slides for us in 25 minutes, and so we'll see how that works. I might confuse myself on this one. And also, this is my friend Bear in the picture, and that was taken about 10 feet away. And me and Bear had a nice encounter and walked away friends. And so I've honored Bear ever since. And there's a long story behind that, but I don't have time. So let's get started. Yeah, I guess I need to stay by the microphone, but at any rate, I want to talk about at least my history with the environmental justice movement and go through how we got started with this and snags along the way and then solutions. So I'll be talking about creation of EJ, the problems, and then at least my activities as a contribution to solutions. Oh, thank you. Yeah. All right. Cool glass. I have your cups. I love those. So it all began for me with the anti-toxics movement in the 1980s. And that was a grassroots effort, one of the really early grassroots efforts around the country that really kind of excluded the big beltway groups. This was a grassroots effort. And it resulted in the reauthorization of CERCLA, the Superfund law. And with that, we won a lot of new things, like the right to know law came out of this effort. What we were after was being able to know what's coming down the railways, the highways, and the rivers in our country in terms of waste and toxics. And that was what we were really after, and we won all of that. And so up until the late, well, I guess early 2000s, we had a good right to know act in this country. That's going away. The toxics release inventory was created, which is allows us to go online with the EPA, tag into the toxics release inventory in our area, and we can see everything that's being emitted by permit in your region. And Trump just took that offline, so we can't go there anymore. But we won that. And Superfund, the fee that industry that generates and disposes of hazardous substances pay into, that fund is important because CERCLA was enacted in 1980, but it didn't include the fund. And so how you clean these sites up, that was what stimulated the creation of this fund. I expect that's going to be going away as soon as Trump finds out about it. Because the problem with this fund is in 1985, it came up for reauthorization and Congress refused to reauthorize it. And ever since the Clinton administration, we've been fighting for reauthorization without getting there until the IRA under Biden a couple of years ago included a reactivation of this fund. So from 95 until a couple of years ago, all funding for Superfund site cleanup actually came from our wallets, from our taxes that we paid in, and it was through authorization of Congress, which were the riders that the Republicans hated. But that was the only way you could get funding for Superfund site cleanup. The other aspect of this fund was the treble damage that EPA could enact on a recalcitrant responsible party. If they refused to help do the cleanup, then EPA would use the fund to do the cleanup and then take them to court and bill them for three times that amount. So that was what we called the hammer. And that way the hammer helped get industry paying to clean up their own mess under the polluter's pay provision. And so after all of that success, then came environmental justice. And it started with a letter that some friends of mine, Indigenous, Hispanic, Asian, and others that were leaders of grassroots groups around the country, wrote to all the Beltway nationwide environmental groups, asking them to diversify their boards, their staff, and to help them and to work on these grassroots issues. That letter came right after this United Church of Christ report in 1987, which tagged that the majority of hazardous waste generation, treatment, and storage sites are located in and around communities of color and low income. And an important feature of this work was the methodology that they used to identify environmental justice sites, communities. And so the EPA picked that up. And there's been a lot of research using this methodology. And the EPA uses this, or at least up until now, has been using this methodology to specify environmental justice areas, environmental justice communities. And so in 1991, we had the founding meeting of the environmental justice community. Went to Washington, D.C., where we sat down and we hashed this out as a result of the United Church of Christ and the effort to diversify the environmental movement. We met in Washington to establish this environmental justice movement. And again, in 92, the follow-up meeting in New Orleans. I attended both of these meetings. I was an organizer and finally got paid to be an organizer in the 1980s. Got my first real gig as an organizer. I was volunteer up until then with the National Toxics Campaign. So National Toxics Campaign came out of that 1986 victory. And we were the first organization to diversify and jump into the environmental justice movement. We put some of those authors of that letter on our board, and we got the first EPA environmental justice grant and used that to train organizers from these people of color community groups and low income groups around the country. So we actually trained their organizers through this grant. And also out of this, shout out to Indigenous Environmental Network. My friend Tom Goldtooth was one of the signatories on that letter. He created the Indigenous Environmental Network, and we had the first Honoring Mother Earth conference at Bear Butte in 1991, which I attended. So after that then came President Clinton, who issued that executive order 12898 regarding environmental justice that instructed all the agencies to adhere to environmental justice principles. And EPA came out with general assistance program grants for tribes in the U.S. They could get funding from the EPA to start their environmental programs, which really kicked off around that time. I worked for the Quapaw Nation. I was their first environmental director when we obtained one of those grants and started their program. And everyone's familiar with the EJ grants that EPA makes available to community groups. And yeah, so they also created NEJAC, the Environmental Justice Advisory Council, and that's still ongoing. Did I skip one? No, that's it. So starting around 2000, we started seeing the backlash against all of this activity, and from '87, especially through the '90s, and all of this has been eroded over time, and so the development of what I'm trying to say is the development of the environmental justice movement, all of the gains that we started out with are all going away. So has environmental justice helped our communities? Well, yeah, we've gotten some grants, but nothing changes at the EPA. And so I'd have to say no. My experience in the EJ areas that I work in around the country, the fact of EJ has not changed anything. And the promise that these communities would not be overburdened with toxics is not a reality because it's continuing. And so what we really need is, we finally got Superfund reauthorized, like I said, but that may be going away. What I'm working on with the Western Mining Action Network and our Indigenous caucus and our Indigenous allies around the country is this right to say no under free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC, that it is embedded in the Indigenous rights at the UN. And what we see practiced in the United States and Canada is yes to everything, and free prior just means a letter or an email, check the box. Yes is automatic, go mine or extract on native lands, and that unless they can get really high-powered lawyers and do a good job of it, there is no right to say no. So that's what we're fighting for, is the right to say no to extraction on native lands. And we want that right for every community, native and non-native, because mining is forever in your communities. Once you get the mines, everything changes and will never be the same. So communities should have the right to decide their future. We want to strengthen right to know, but right to know is going away. The TRI is going away, or has gone away. Now we're back to square one. It's almost like being back in the 80s, starting over again. It sucks being old and having gone through all that just to see it spin back around. Excuse me. I find that my purpose in life now as an old guy is institutional memory. So this is what I'm providing, is the institutional memory of how we got to where we are, so that we don't recreate the wheel. We move forward and try to hold on and strengthen what we have. And so we did get, an environmental justice law in Vermont, and I'll go through this in a second. There are several other states that have done this. This is our attempt to codify environmental justice, because you can't sue for environmental justice violation. It was never codified by Congress, but states are doing it, and so that opens a good door. And in Vermont, we'd like to see, with state recognition, consultation between the Beneke peoples and the state, which really isn't happening much. And so the Vermont environmental justice law, ensures that all Vermonters, regardless of race, cultural background, or income, have equitable access to environmental benefits such as clean air, water, healthy food, and public transportation, which is a really a noble thing. It's called Act 154, created in 2022 with Senate Bill 148. And so it sets up the Environmental Justice Advisory Council and the Interagency Environmental Justice Committee. So the council is made up of community representatives, and the interagency committee is 10 agencies band together to ensure that environmental justice law is implemented. I would have to say, just on the side, my work with the Climate Council and the agencies all involved with that here, I don't really see this happening. So we need to hold their feet to the fire. And this is why we created the Environmental Justice Network here in Vermont to interface with this so that we can drag them into our communities and show them, what's going on and get some serious help. 10 states have environmental justice laws or policies. 7 states have environmental justice laws now. New Jersey, New York, Washington, California, Oregon, Colorado, and Vermont. And then Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania are piecemealing an environmental justice scheme together in their states, hopefully leading to laws like what we have here in Vermont. These are the allies that I work with here in Vermont. Environmental Justice Network, I'm on their steering committee, helped found the Environmental Justice Network. We are allies with 350 Vermont. I'm on their Just Transition campaign team. Rural Vermont, I'm currently on their board. Vermont Healthy Soils Coalition, I'm on their board as well, and Building a Local Economy, Bale here in South Royalton, currently serve on their board. We have the Hartford Hub in the Upper Valley, which is a network of these and a lot of other groups, small groups that are doing community garden projects, food forests, and all kinds of social justice work here in the Upper Valley. And Standing Trees, which has become a great ally with the Abenaki Nation Coalition in holding the line on logging on public lands in Vermont and New Hampshire. And shout out to Winter Center for Indigenous Traditions and the Abenaki Nation Coalition, which is getting well organized, and we're interfacing on the logging of public lands to protect our sacred sites. So I don't know if y'all have seen this, but there's a lot of rumor in Indian country right now about losing our citizenship. And so there may be something to that. I haven't been able to pin that quite down yet. But there's this Supreme Court decision, Elk v. Wilkins. John Elk, a Winnebago citizen, had petitioned the United States telling them that he wanted the right to vote, that he had left the reservation, that he was willing to come under jurisdiction of the United States, and he wanted to be able to vote. And that went all the way to the Supreme Court in 1884, and he was denied citizenship. And so from that point until 1924, natives were not considered citizens of their own country. And the reason I bring this up is because now the Trump administration is using Wilkins in order to argue for the denial of citizenship to children of immigrants that are born here in the U.S. And so it's raising up Wilkins, and that's created quite a stir in Indian country, and rumors that we'll lose our citizenship. Immigration justice is environmental justice, and that's the truth. You have to look at why immigrants are flooding to our border in the first place. And you don't hear that a lot, but a lot of it has to do with farmers unable to farm in Central America because of the climate change. And so they're forced off the farm into towns. High crime forces them to our border. But they are climate migrants. And we're going to be seeing more and more of that over time. What we are seeing now is cuts to Indian Health Service, getting reports of clinics closing down in different parts of the country. I got an email from a couple of the tribal colleges that they have a directive now from the Trump administration to cut back 25% of their staff, including faculty. And then after that, a letter just recently popped up that I read that was from the BIA to tribal leaders around the country, calling for two consultation meetings where they wanted to explain to the tribal leaders the the cutting of, or elimination of tribal colleges around the country, and instead providing stipends to Native students to go, and as it says, to attend public, private, or faith-based schools of their choice. I just have to ask, you know, if they can't attend the tribal colleges, where are they going to go to learn Native American studies and all the things that Native folks really want to take, and the reason why they go to the tribal college to be embedded in their traditions? This is just another form of genocide as far as I can see. And it's designed, it's a new technique for forced assimilation, which we have a whole history of, starting with the Allotment Act. So with all of that, what do we do? This is the Indigenous Caucus. We have 20 leaders from the Indigenous Caucus of Western Mining Action Network that showed up in 2019 to my home prior to moving to Vermont, Northeast Oklahoma. This is on the Quapaw Reservation. I was their environmental director for a time. And we all met there so that they could tour the Tar Creek Superfund site, which is part of a large mining area up there that has 4 Superfund sites. It's called the Tri-State Mining District. 2,500 square miles of abandoned lead and zinc mines in that tri-state area. All of the 2,500 square miles drains into Oklahoma, into Ottawa County, and into our drinking water lake, contaminating the lake with heavy metals. In fact, the entire county now has been declared a Superfund site by the EPA. All the streams are contaminated, the fish are contaminated, riparian floodplain areas. Oh my, I'm running out of time. I went backwards, didn't I? Sorry about that. So we have 11 tribes in this county that can no longer practice their culture. This is what it looks like. So I hear some saying, well, they're going to mine under the Indian land so nobody will know. No, this was undermining. You know, these were below ground mines, acid mine water drainage. So I'm here in Vermont, and this is our war canoe for the Missisquoi band, my band, and a former chief and the totem pole that he carved that you can find in the town square in Swanton. I'm doing a project in Quechee through Otoquechee Water Protectors Association, right by the mouth of the gorge. Most folks don't know what Otoquechee means, our place where the land falls. It was the Beneke word for the gorge. Right there in that area was village and agricultural sites along the Otoquechee River going back thousands of years. So in this garden project, we're planting the 7 sisters and also a food forest, which we're also utilizing in Clifford Park on the just across in West Hartford on the White River. This is what it looked like when we started out in this pasture. And it's right on the edge of a wetland, which we're really honoring that wetland for all the plants that are there. And now the beaver have moved in and raised the water level so that we can use it for watering the garden now. So beaver, it's a beaver and Abenaki project. So we have work days, we meet and circle up and get organized and introduce each other and get to work. So this is how we developed what it looked like in developing the Three Sisters Garden and the site. That's Nate Piro from the traditional Coasset band. That's me planting an oak tree, more trees for the food forest. Love it when kids show up. That's the best part. We have a fire circle for sitting around and teaching our stories and our culture. That was me and Nate lighting the first fire. John Moody here in the background. And yeah, I didn't say that. And building the fence was the biggest slog of the whole thing. But try building a fence around a whole acre with just volunteers. That can be interesting. But we got it done. This is what the Three Sisters looked like last year. Corn, beans, and squash planted in the mounds with the tripods so that the beans can crawl up the tripods and not choke down the corn. And together, the synergy, feeds each other. Of course, they feed nitrogen, but they also feed other chemicals that help ward off predators. The finished fence, that's what it looks like now. Got it all done. Three Sisters in the background. Life is good. Life is even better when you get to harvest, right? So another work day harvesting. Cranberry beans we grew last year, and corn that came from Homer St. Francis's garden at Missisquoi. That was our first squash harvest, 184 squashes filling up my big pickup. It's what the corn looked like. And the beaver pond now. So, and then, like I said, we're Resilient Hartford Commission, which I'm on, is doing this food forest project at Clifford Park. And want to shout out to Standing Trees. They're a great ally with the Beneke Nation Coalition in helping to protect our sacred sites. And OWPA, this is who we are. Emily Bowles will be here this afternoon. Her title is in charge because, John and I and others, consider Emily to be in charge. That's the Beneke culture. So yeah, there we are. And so I'll conclude there. I hope I didn't go too far over. Thank you so much, Kasiwalini, for your attention and for inviting me here. Do you still want to do questions? Okay. I knew I was going to go.
Thank you so much, Earl. My name is Lauren Carita. I'm the social media chair of the Environmental Justice Law Society, and I have the great pleasure of announcing our next speaker, who will be virtual. Her name is Lisa DeMarco. Lisa DeMarco is a senior partner and the CEO at Resilient LLP. She is called to the bar in Canada and England and is recognized as a global expert in climate and energy law. Lisa has nearly 3 decades of experience in all aspects of climate change and clean energy law. She assists financial institutions, energy companies, innovators, governments, non-governmental organizations, and Indigenous business organizations on domestic and overseas renewable power and energy transition projects, sustainable and climate finance transactions, and many other climate strategies. She also represents several governments and leading energy companies in a whole variety of international dispute resolution proceedings before the Ontario Energy Board and the Canadian Energy Regulator. Lisa is a director of the boards of the International Emissions Trading Association, Mars Discovery District, and Planetary Technologies, and also a member of the Climate Economy Strategic Council of the Expert Advisory Group of Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative. That is such a long term. Lisa is ranked by Chambers Global as one of the world's leading climate change lawyers and regularly attends the UN climate negotiations. Lisa has a Bachelor of Science in Human and Environmental Biology, a Master of Science in Environmental Toxicology, a Bachelor of Laws, and a Master of Studies in International Environmental Law, summa cum laude. Thank you so much to Lisa for being here today.
Hi there, thank you so much, and I'm so sorry about the long introduction. I am a very proud VLS alum, so I'm thrilled to be with you to chat about resilience today. And I think it's a topic that many of us could certainly use a little injection of. But in doing so, I have to acknowledge two things: that I am not a status holding Indigenous person from Canada, so I will do a lesser job than my brothers and sisters from the Indigenous communities in Canada, but I will do my best to do three things for you. The first is highlight some of the history. The second is talk about crisis and crisis that led to positive change. And the third is talk about reconciliation and resurgence. So from that perspective, I thought I'd start with a little sense of humor for you all. Being here in Canada, I thought I'd put on my baseball hat to let you know that without doubt, Canada is not for sale. And yeah, thank you. Thanks much. But I'm getting just a small sense of what it feels like to be subject to colonialization. So let's do this. Let's talk about the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada first. Canada is a massive territory, very significantly larger than the US. And as we go through this, please interrupt. I'd rather speak with you than speak at you. So if you've got questions, put up your hand and we've got somebody there who will administer and get them to us. So huge territory with many diverse Indigenous peoples across it, varying quite a bit in terms of culture, cultural traditions. A relationship to the land is very consistent, and associated richness and traditions that date back to time immemorial. And so from that perspective, there was an interesting contact experience that was initially based on a much more egalitarian approach that quickly deteriorated in Canada. There was a system of noteworthy colonialization that had particularly negative impacts on Indigenous populations that were characterized by disease and associated physical genocide in the early aspects of the relationships and interactions. In particular, smallpox infected blankets were regularly delivered to Indigenous peoples to effectively physical genocide of a number of Indigenous populations. That being said, a number of Indigenous populations endured and facilitated ongoing trading and other relationships with the colonialists. That persisted until about 1831, when the government of Canada, the early government of what was to be Canada, because of course we weren't a country until 1867, unlike you, in 1776, came up with a systemic government-sponsored approach based on traditions in the United States to facilitate residential schools for Indigenous children. And this is where we borrowed some of your bad actions, followed them, and really undertook exemplification or expansion of the nastiness of them. But our colonialist traditions depart. And there's a great book by Thomas King, who's a fantastic Indigenous academic in Canada, who highlights the differences in the US and the Canadian experiences there, starting in the early 1800s. The book is called An Inconvenient Indian, and it's written in sardonic, very poignant language. It's eminently readable, and I strongly recommend it to you. It certainly educated me quite a bit And there was a number of further readings that were triggered from my discovery of that book. Through the residential schools, there was a number of atrocities that were committed. In fact, Canada in 1996 and into 2011 established a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that found that the residential schools were a systemic, and I'm quoting from the report here, a systemic government-sponsored attempt to destroy Aboriginal cultures and languages and to assimilate Aboriginal peoples so that they no longer existed as distinct peoples, finding that this was, in fact, cultural genocide. Suffice to say that one need only look at the New York Times now to find out news stories about unmarked children's graves, a mortality rate that was 2 orders of magnitude higher than the general population, and terrible physical and sexual abuse. And as that Truth and Reconciliation Commission was meeting with communities and hearing their truths across the country, I was involved in working with the government to assess what was the public interest and what did the Indigenous peoples of Canada actually feel about a proposed pipeline. It was a pipeline then called Energy East, which never got built. And we met in each of the communities where the Truth and Reconciliation Committee had just met the day after. And I have never experienced such a life-altering experience than hearing the testimony of Indigenous peoples the day before we spoke to them about a potential pipeline. It was extraordinary. It was such an example of strength and resilience and courage, and it was horrifying at the same time. So that experience really piqued our interest in looking at how our little firm could give something back to communities that our ancestors had taken so much from. In relation to that, we started a small practice representing Indigenous peoples in energy and climate related predominantly regulatory proceedings, but also international negotiations and events where they should have had the right to be heard, should have had their views respected, but weren't currently at the table. So that's a bit of the history. And I would say in particular that 120-year plus period from 1831 through to 1996, when the last residential school was closed, was a horrible period in Canada's human rights history and in relation to the facilitation of ongoing resurgence. And one key element was in 1982, when Canada's Constitution was repatriated and updated from the British Crown. We still have a much closer relationship with England than you all do. And in 1982, we updated our Constitution, brought it home into Canada, and enshrined the sui generis, constitutionally protected rights of Indigenous peoples. And I say enshrined because it was not a gift. Those rights were there since time immemorial. Those rights were manifest as guardians of the land, guardians of the water, citizens of Turtle Island, and finally, they were expressly recognized as distinct sovereign nations within the Constitution of Canada, with their own governing system of law and with their own series of unique rights that are governed in traditional ecological knowledge, traditional Aboriginal rights, and the honor of the Crown. This is a strange term for you all. But the honor of the Crown, now the King, and Section 35 has been successfully used to manifest and implement and uphold Indigenous rights in several Supreme Court of Canada decisions. So from that perspective, we continue to use the requirement of the duty to consult, which looks a lot like FPIC, free prior informed consent, and the duty to consult and accommodate in relation to any major extractive event or major project in or on or affecting Aboriginal rights. There's a question there, sorry. Okay, no worries. So from that perspective, we looked at a number of things in a couple of key cases, and this is where I think there's room for role modeling and precedent. Terrible, interesting history, terrible crisis, terrible treatment, and then truth, reconciliation, and increasingly resurgence. And that resurgence is manifest through land claims. It's manifest through Indigenous consent to anything in and around their Aboriginal rights and traditional territories, and an approach that puts Indigenous peoples first and foremost in relation to anything affecting their sui generis historical rights. Bit of an issue. The historical element of creation of those rights was manifest through a piece of legislation called the Indian Act, which in and of itself has many colonialization trappings, but also confers rights. So there is a love-hate relationship by Indigenous peoples with the Indian Act, and there have been many movements to reform it and facilitate associated more nation-to-nation rights through that initiative. And one of the elements of the Indian Act historically was that Indians who had status, if they wanted to vote in Canada up until 1961, had to give away their status. That was changed in 1961, but really a colonialist trapping. And then secondly, one of the existing ongoing elements is a mandated biennial election to change the chief of all Indigenous bands, rotating schedule. Can you imagine if you were going into a national election every 2 years, where the president changed every 2 years? Certainly you might want that right now, but certainly that's challenging for stability in governance and long-term infrastructure projects. So one of the resilience and resurgence measures coming out of that tough and not honorable practice is that we've come to the point where we can establish Aboriginal business corporations that have leadership and longevity that extends beyond a 2-year leadership timeframe. And from that perspective, we've been able to facilitate long-term strategic movement in many of the key sectors and industries that are really impacting in a negative manner Indigenous rights. So let me talk to you about two cases that we've had that have been fairly successful in relation to both energy and climate. The first was, and let me tell you, jump to the punchline here. Two of the major electricity entities that are in charge of all related electricity infrastructure have now committed to a minimum of 50% Indigenous equity ownership. Equity ownership with an ongoing revenue stream associated with the equity ownership of infrastructure that has revenues and rates that are governed by an energy board on an annual basis for time immemorial. So this is true nation to nation equity related manifestation. One of those cases was in relation to the main transmission authority in Ontario, which has legs outside of the province, and that's Hydro One. And we put together, largely on a pro bono basis, a group of 10 First Nations that were predominantly in the north and went into a major 5-year rates case with them, highlighting with video evidence in the spoken tradition of the Indigenous leaders the issues that they were encountering. And we were able, through written discoveries, get the data that showed Indigenous peoples in the north were experiencing electricity reliability, and they use electricity for heating in minus 40 degrees Celsius winter weather. Reliability issues, interruptions that lasted up to a week, 2,081% more often than their southern neighbors, and 500% more often than their northern neighbors. So lights and heat were going off 5 times more often, 8 times longer in Aboriginal communities than they were in northern neighbors. It's a pretty startling manifestation of discrimination in terms of who was getting the resources and who wasn't. So we brought this to the Energy Board. We argued it with video evidence. We had 98 pages of transcripted evidence, written evidence, as I said, the video evidence. And in the first Ontario Energy Board decision, there was not one word speaking to that evidence. Despite the fact that we did the first smudging ceremony before the Ontario Energy Board, despite the fact that our oral evidence was this issue and Indigenous peoples have been out of sight, out of mind for the Energy Board for too long, there was not one word on that evidence in the decision. We're a small law firm and our resources are very limited, but I stopped sleeping following the release of that decision. And we had a chat with our associates saying, listen, I can't live with this. They couldn't live with it. Are we all willing to forgo some of our revenue to do this on a pro bono basis and appeal the case? And they all said yes. So we appealed the case. The electricity transmitter made it very clear that they were going to make this difficult for us. We went into the hearing. In the context of the hearing, we made submissions where you could hear a pin drop. 2 hours later, we walked out of the hearing and we got a call from the transmitter saying, we want to settle. So we settled, we got everything we wanted, and we got the first of the commitments that led to mandatory 50% equity ownership of Indigenous peoples in relation to these new energy assets. We're now going after existing energy assets. It was innovative. The regulator won awards for this decision. The transmitter won awards for this decision. And the Indigenous communities are now living with the innovation and the ability to replicate that across the country. It essentially involved islanding the grid and providing for backup energy storage in a way that was win-win-win across. But the resistance that we had to wade through to get there was extraordinary. And but for the courage of our Indigenous clients, we wouldn't have gotten there. So I have to thank the 10 and Wotton First Nations in particular for leading this issue, and it's subsequently become a model for a number of other entities, including Ontario Power Generation, and increasingly we're pushing the issue with Enbridge Gas across the country. Similarly, on a climate front, we've got new establishment of First Nations Major Projects Coalition, and it's my strong view that there will be no major piece of infrastructure built in Canada without Indigenous equity ownership. And so from that perspective, you really see manifestation of the most extraordinarily resilient peoples, the most extraordinarily hardworking and creative peoples bringing to bear values that can be modeled for the entire economy. Two of them in particular I want to highlight for you. The first is the concept of guardians. Indigenous guardians of the earth has been part of their approach to Turtle Island, their approach to the earth since time immemorial. There are a number of practices, there are a number of rituals that are really facilitating ongoing assessment of what's happening to the earth and reporting back with traditional ecological knowledge of where we need to do something and pay additional attention. And the second is the 7 generations approach to decision making. Largely manifested through maternal leadership, matriarchies in Indigenous communities, often spoke of as the grandmothers tell us that we have to think of how will this affect our ancestors 7 generations from now when they think about this decision. And that's a very powerful approach if applied to all traditional aspects of environmental and energy law. Environmental assessment, NEPA, how would this affect 7 generations down the line? Toxics. How would this compound affect 7 generations down the line? Climate change. How would what we're doing now and the proposed remediations affect 7 generations down the line? Education. How are we educating our young ones so that they can carry this knowledge and tradition 7 generations down the line? So from that perspective, I think we've got much to learn. but fantastic precedents to learn from, and a number of resources where Indigenous leadership should be manifest and front and center. So with that, let me open the floor up to questions, noting again that I am but a proxy for our Indigenous clients and much lesser than you would have should you have them before you right now. Please. I think there's a mic coming to you.
What are the chances of the United States becoming like the 10th? How many provinces are there in Canada? Are you
10
folks
provinces.
taking applications?
You should watch the YouTube video of Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, inviting the West Coast of the U.S. to join Canada. We'd be happy to have a number of your states with us. But by no means are we perfect. We, as you can see, suffer from our own really challenged history. And there are similar divisions within the country that we're trying very hard. I have to say thank you. The most recent forays around annexing us have helped us to solidify our cultural identity and unite much more than we had been prior to that.
Sorry. Oh, hello. Quick question. You mentioned 2 cases. I was wondering if you could just repeat the names.
Yeah, it's the Ann Watton case before the Ontario Energy Board. I think it's EB 1660 is the Energy Board number. If you want to send me an email, we can send you a link to the case. And the other is the recent Enbridge case, in which we established an Indigenous working group where we will be effectively an arm of the board of directors, reporting directly into them what our needs, their needs are, and how Indigenous values must be manifest in their future developments and existing operations.
Thank you.
Something else I should mention is at the UN level, we do a fair amount of the Paris Agreement related negotiations at the annual COPs, where I've met several VLS students last year and the year before, often very red-eyed in the middle of all-nighters during those negotiations, with advanced apologies. But in and around Paris itself, the local communities and Indigenous peoples platform was established. And I think there's a lot more opportunity to facilitate resurgence through that LCIPP, Local Communities Indigenous Peoples Platform. So I leave it to your brilliant minds, to those of you that are youthful with energy and creative, to look at that and look at how you can come together to really make it as meaningful and maximize that platform for Indigenous communities and First Nations writ large.
Question. Did you say 15 or 50% equity stakes?
I said 50. And I'm pretty damn proud of that 50. It makes sense. This is their land. There was not consent given in the first instance. And Indigenous partners have the perspective to facilitate sustainable operations and growth.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
for being with us virtually, for rolling with the schedule, and for bouncing those questions.
My pleasure. Have a great day, everyone. Love the school and so glad you're at it.
So we are going to roll directly into our first panel of the day. And if I could invite Dr. Schmidt up to the stage with me. We also have some virtual panelists, delightful hybrid day here. So it might take a moment just to pull some folks up. Oh, thank you.
Sweet.
Sweet. Okay, so it is my absolute honor to be up here moderating our first panel of the day on water justice. Water touches everything we do. It's a key ingredient for life, and an essential element of all of our ecosystems. How we manage our water legally, practically, and culturally informs who we are as a species and how we are in community. Fresh water is a finite resource, and clean water is often an extreme privilege when it should really be a basic thing accessible to all of us. Historically, in the United States and elsewhere, water has often been managed in a way that defies all possible understandings of equity, but that doesn't have to be the case. One of the central impacts of climate change will be an increase in water instability, with less water in dry areas, and as we are very familiar with here in Vermont, more water in areas that don't necessarily need it and can't necessarily handle it. We have with us today 4 panelists, each from different backgrounds, to talk about their work with water, its science, its management, and its overall importance. I'm going to walk through the introductions of each of these panelists and then hand it over. They will each speak, and then we'll have some time at the end for questions before lunch. So first with us today, we have Camille Mayberry, who is a hydrologist, was a hydrologist with the Arizona Department of Water Resources in their Field Services Division for the last 2 years, in their Adjudications Division for 3 years prior to that. Camille has a BS in Geology and an MAS in GIS from Arizona State University, and her specialty is in fieldwork, geologic mapping, and data collection. Currently, Camille is working on projects focusing on collecting groundwater level data, which is then used to model aquifer depths throughout the state of Arizona. This work contributes to larger projects such as drought monitoring and aquifer recharge. And outside of work, Camille is an avid reader who sadly is not here with us today to enjoy the books. She enjoys crochet and getting outdoors as often as possible. Our next speaker, who's here with us in person, is Dr. Harrison Schmidt. Harrison is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology at Skidmore College in Saratoga Springs, New York. He earned his PhD in social psychology from the University of Arizona, if anyone's sensing a trend here.
We're supposed to be rivals, but.
Oh, yes. In 2023. His research employs a blend of qualitative, quantitative, and community-engaged methods to understand the psychological implications of environmental justice issues. Most prominently, he has worked to document and advocate for the psychological impacts of chronic exposure to water contamination in the Southside Tucson, Arizona, on the Tucson International Airport Area Superfund site. Our third panelist today is one of our own. Chelsea Colwyn is a staff attorney for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. She also teaches the Public Land Management summer course. I have a feeling this bio might be outdated. I am so sorry, Chelsea. Chelsea is a sometimes professor at Vermont Law and Graduate School, which is how we tracked her down. She has worked as a Fulbright Scholar in Adelaide, South Australia, studying environmental water buybacks, a research fellow with Vermont Law School's Water and Justice Program, studying the history of the U.S. Forest Service and California water law, a Hansard Society Research Fellow at the London School of Economics, studying England's privatized water sector and in American rivers.
Chelsea graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Dartmouth College in 2004, earned a master's in environmental law and policy from Vermont Law School in 2011, and a JD from Yale Law School in 2018, where she was selected as a WIS Scholar for Western Conservation. Our last speaker in this panel is Nicole. And Nicole, I am so sorry. I watched the YouTube video of the pronunciation so many times, and I know I'm still going to butcher it. But Nicole will be speaking today on behalf of Twa Nuzuzani. Nicole is an energy justice leader, Dine of the Navajo Nation. She received the Heinz Award for the Environment for her work as co-founder of the nonprofit Twa Nuzuzone, or translated to Sacred Water Speaks. Nicole works to protect the aquifers, streams, and lands of Black Mesa, Arizona, bring power to Indigenous communities suffering the environmental effects of coal extraction and industry waste, and position the region to transition to and produce renewable energy. I will now turn it over to Camille to start us off with some science. Thank you. All right. Well, Harrison, can I interest you in going first?
Sure, yeah.
Perfect.
I think I have some slides. Yeah, it's all good. That's right. Just gonna test the clicker. Okay. Looks good. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I really appreciate it. It's nice to be sort of local. I haven't actually ventured into Vermont much yet. I'm kind of new to the Northeast. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. Then I spent 5 years in Tucson, Arizona. So like winter in general is new to me. So, you know, this one was a little rough for me, but things are looking nice. I'm definitely appreciating spring, maybe for the first time in my life now. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here today and to talk to you a bit about some ongoing work that my colleagues and I have conducted on the mental health impacts of water contamination in Tucson's Southside community. And I'm just going to jump right in. A foundational kind of concept for the work that we do is this concept of slow violence, which Rob Nixon defines as that which occurs gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction that is dispersed across time and space, and attritional violence that is typically not viewed as violence at all. There's a really good term for describing the experience of being exposed to contaminated drinking water. It's often invisible, dispersed across time and space, difficult to sort of pinpoint, and so on. This is kind of the prototypical experience of living on Superfund sites. So this is a map of Superfund sites across the United States. There are many hundreds of these. These are areas of land that have been contaminated by hazardous substances that the EPA is currently monitoring and or remediating. And I want to talk today about my work on one of these Superfund sites. Now, even though this violence often occurs slowly and invisibly, we know from the scant research in psychology on these sites that these exposures are still associated with things like post-traumatic stress, depression, and anxiety. And so this often happens in some kind of interesting and strange ways. So you can imagine a community who's exposed to some invisible contaminant, like water contamination from industrial solvents and things like that. And rather than a sort of linear path to recovery from the distress of being exposed to something like this, which we often see in the context of something like a natural disaster, exposure to slow violence often occurs in these cyclical kinds of re-traumatizations, as we call them. And so a variety of material and social impacts that communities face following their initial exposure sort of cause these cycles of stress and re-traumatization and uncertainty. I'll talk later about some specific examples of these material and social impacts that communities often face. Now, it's also important for the context of my work and work that we do in environmental justice communities that these cycles of re-traumatization, whatever impacts communities experience as they live on these contaminated sites, these things don't happen in a vacuum, but they happen in this much broader context of racial and class-based injustice and so on, what we might call racial capitalism. And so we know that racist discrimination often is a cause behind the disparities and exposures that these communities face, but that these communities also often face racist discrimination in the wake of exposures as people in positions of power victim blame communities for the illnesses that they see and so on. And so today I want to talk about the work that my colleagues and I are still conducting in Southside Tucson on the Tucson International Airport Area Superfund site. This is a community that was exposed for decades to contaminated drinking water that came from a variety of industrial and sort of military industrial complex sources, including an airport, an Air National Guard base, an Air Force base, and Hughes Aircraft, which is now Raytheon. These variety of sources leached contaminants into the groundwater, which was served to this community that's largely Hispanic or Latina and largely low income between the 1950s and the 1980s. Something like 50,000 people were probably exposed to contaminants during this period. And this is just a brief timeline. I won't give too much detail here. I just wanted to put this up here. But even though the community has been, as far as we know, served clean drinking water since approximately 1983 when it was named a federal Superfund site, a variety of other things have happened in the community that probably contribute to these cycles of stress and uncertainty and re-traumatization, including a variety of lawsuits, class action lawsuits against polluting parties, discovery of new contaminants of concern on the site, and other sort of elements of uncertainty and social unrest and so on. Okay, so what I want to do now is talk about the research that we've conducted with folks in this community over the past 7 or so years. And so I'll talk about 2 studies in particular. And forgive me, I'm a psychologist, so I'm just mostly going to talk about data, but I don't know, we can hopefully have a good conversation about this afterward as well. In the first study, I'll describe a qualitative study where we interviewed folks in Southside Tucson, activists who've been involved, some of them for many decades, in this issue. And so what we did is we started in 2018 attending meetings of 2 activist groups in Southside Tucson to sort of build relationships and trust with folks in this community, to learn about what the community cares about and is interested in, and so on. And through this process, we interviewed 13 activists who've been involved in this issue. I'm just going to offer a brief coverage of the kind of things that we found from these interviews and what we kind of did moving forward. So as a psychologist, of course, I'm interested in the kind of mental health impacts of exposure to contamination. And so this is one of the things that we sought to explore through these interviews. And so one of the main themes was these kind of sources of re-traumatization. Again, I mentioned those material and social impacts. I'll just read a few quotes here that kind of demonstrate what the psychological experience has been like for this community. So one activist said the following: when you get talking to people, you know, this person died, that person died, this person died. You know, when's it going to be my time? So we see those health impacts, the kind of ubiquity of illness and death in the community as this kind of example of a material impact. Another activist said the following, which sort of shows the blending of these material and social impacts. She said, we shouldn't be looked at as if we could have children die in our homes, and we're not going to be somehow traumatized by these things. We're traumatized. But our stories of how and what we've gone through, I can't even read that. Our stories of how and what we've gone through are just no big deal. Who cares? When we're being ignored, it's wrong. But we just go from generation to generation to generation with the same issues. So not only are we experiencing illness and dying in our community, but we're also being ignored, right? So there's those social impacts, right? These sort of rifts that occur in the community following exposure to invisible contaminants. I'm going to skip these just for time, but we also see that people often understand their experiences explicitly as examples of environmental racism, right? There's this discussion of how the contamination happened in our community, right? Not in the wealthier communities to the north and so on. I'll skip this one for time as well. Finally, the last thing that's important for today's talk is one of the things we asked is like, what does the community hope to get out of their activism? How can we, as psychology researchers in relative positions of privilege and so on, how can we support the goals of this activism, and how can we advocate for the community? One of the big asks that consistently came up from the community was this desire to have more epidemiological research done in the community. So the community felt very strongly that there were these cancer clusters, autoimmune disease clusters in their part of town that came from contamination, but there hasn't been really systematic epidemiological research in the community to document and sort of verify those community concerns. And so one of the things we saw was this desire to have studies done, right? There were some inconclusive studies in the 90s, but it's been 25, 30 years since those were done. And so we want more research done. And so what we sought to do then as part of my dissertation research was to attempt something like an epidemiological study, although what I'm going to present to you is not an official epidemiological study. It's a self-report door-to-door survey that we conducted across town. And we're hoping that this will be the first step in securing funding and moving forward with a more legitimate epidemiological study in the community. And so I'll talk about this study now. So we were able to collect data through a door-to-door survey method with 363 people living in Tucson, and we compared 153 people who were exposed to historic contamination on the Superfund site to 210 people living elsewhere in Tucson that were not exposed to historic contamination. We measured things like post-traumatic stress and depression, but we also measured self-reported health concerns like cancers, birth defects, and autoimmune diseases, all of which we know to be connected to the contaminants of concern in Southside Tucson. I'm just going to show the results here, the big results. Basically, what we see on this bar graph is in the green bars, these are the rates for people that were exposed to contamination in Southside Tucson, and the gray bars represent the comparison group that was not exposed. We saw significant differences in cancer rates, autoimmune diseases, birth defects, depression, and post-traumatic stress. Higher rates for the exposed group across the board here. Some of these rates are incredibly alarming. I mean, 34% of people meeting clinically significant criteria for post-traumatic stress is really alarming. And of course, the cancer rates and birth defect rates and things like that are alarming as well. Again, it's important to note that these are self-report. These are not health issues that we were able to verify with a medical professional and things like that. But still, I think these speak to something going on in the community. Okay, the last thing I want to highlight as part of this talk is that a major sort of inspiration for the methods of this research has been the community-based participatory research approach, which is sometimes called participatory action research, depending on who you're talking to. And the kind of problem with a lot of community-engaged research in psychology and health sciences is that it's been sort of extractive in nature, right? Outsider researchers come into the community, test their theories, and then they leave and publish their results, and the community never hears about the results, and they never materially benefit from that research having been done on the community. And so the goal of CBPR is to move from doing research on communities to doing research with communities. And so this has been foundational for what we've done in Southside Tucson so far by including the community in all aspects of the research process as we move along. I just want to highlight a few elements of this project that represent this kind of approach of community-based participatory research. So one of the main things is that we got input from the community on all of the research methods that we used in this study, including in our interviews and then the survey that I talked about. We met with 3 separate groups in the South Side while we were planning the study to ask what questions they wanted to be represented in the survey, where we should survey, and so on. We also made sure that all of our research materials were available in English and Spanish, including the interviews and the surveys itself. Half of our research assistants that knocked on doors were bilingual in English and Spanish, and a third of them actually came from Southside Tucson themselves. And then finally, we reported all of the results of our studies back to the community, again, in both English and Spanish. We had long meetings with community organizations, interpreting the results and talking through these results. And now, not only is it important for us as CBPR researchers to report results back to the community and involve them in the process, but we also think it's important that we use our position of relative privilege as researchers in this community to kind of serve as a bridge between the community and these institutions with whom they've lost trust and sort of broken these relationships. And so we've also presented all of these results to local institutions. I can't read all this that well, so my apologies. But we've reported this to folks in the City of Tucson government, the Tucson Water Department, the local county health department, and then federal agencies such as the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry and the Environmental Protection Agency. And part of this here is that we're educating these people and sort of public-facing institutions about the psychological and mental health impacts of exposure to contamination so that these people don't make those things worse, right? So they don't contribute to those cycles of re-traumatization and so on. And we're also hoping that this is the first step in securing funding for an actual epidemiological study in Southside Tucson. The last thing I want to highlight here is that through our connections with ATSDR, we were also able to develop this Community Stress Resource Center, which is available online. And I checked yesterday, and it is actually still available. And I'm not sure how much longer it will be, but check it out while it still exists. This is designed to kind of educate people who work with communities that have been exposed to slow violence, essentially, to understand the mental health and psychological impacts of these kinds of exposures. Okay, that's all I have time for. Thank you so much. I hope we can have some good conversation and discussion afterward.
We have Camille yet, perhaps, perchance? If not, again, thank you, Dr. Schmidt, and we can move right on to Chelsea, Professor Colwyn, if she is. Really underrated joys of a hybrid symposium here today. Virtual access and virtual problems.
I am here. Okay, great. You can see some. Oh, am I on the screen? Great. And I can start. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. This is really fun, even though I'm not there, but it's fun. I did, as Michelle said, was a student at Vermont Law School and worked as a water and justice research fellow immediately after I graduated as a MELP. And I do still teach the public land management course in Montana and water law online. So it's really fun to be back here. And I'm gonna try to share my screen here. So hopefully that will work. And then I'm gonna present this. Hopefully that's gonna work. Okay, hopefully that works. Let me know if not. So my name is Chelsea Colwyn, and I'm an attorney for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes of the Flathead Reservation, which is in western Montana. And there we go. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to talk to you today about coal mining in the Elk Kootenai watershed, which is a watershed. The coal mines are in British Columbia, but the watershed comes down into Montana and Idaho, and actually back into Canada, and is part of the Columbia River watershed. So by way of introduction, CSKT, or that's our Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes, or CSKT, is one of 6 of Tanaha governments, which is a transboundary nation. So there's 2 tribes in the U.S., CSKT and the Kootenai Tribe of Idaho, which is in Idaho, and then 4 First Nations in Canada, which are Kisknook, Akum, Yakanuki, and Yakat-Nucleat. And so the nation, there we go. The nation does not recognize, there are 6 bands, and they don't recognize the colonial U.S.-Canada border. So I'm going to talk to you today about, there are 5 open pit mines in the Elk Valley that have been operating at industrial scales since the 1970s, but have been in operation for 100 years. And it's essentially mountaintop removal coal mining, where they blast off the mountains and then put piles of waste rock in the valleys. And then when it rains, selenium and nitrates and sulfates and other contaminants leach out of that waste rock and into the river. And these coal mines, I will say, produced a massive amount of metallurgical coal and are a huge source of, provide massive profits to the company and, of course, jobs in that area. So just here's a picture of some of the coal mining. So why do we care about this? Well, selenium, I'm going to talk, scientists could explain more, but selenium in particular, while it's good for you at very, very low concentrations, beyond that, it can become toxic. And it basically, for fish and birds and other things like that, can cause physical deformities and reproductive failure. It's often called the invisible contaminant because you can't find the eggs that don't hatch. So it's resulting in much lower fish populations. So just to show you the map there, you can see over by Cranbrook here, and I think actually there's little red books. That's where the mines are, and the contaminants have been found all the way down there by Nelson. So pretty far. So you probably couldn't see before, but CSKT is in Montana, and this watershed is not on CSKT's reservation. So you may be wondering why, apart from wanting rivers and
to be healthy, why do the tribes, why does CSKT in particular have an interest in this issue? Well, CSKT, through their treaty, they have a right to fish in all usual and accustomed places throughout their Aboriginal territory. And you saw the map there of all the Ktunaxa people, which are the Kootenai people. That is part of CSKT's traditional territory. So for them to be able to fully exercise their treaty rights, they have to be able to, there have to be enough fish, and the fish have to be healthy enough for them to eat. In order for them to, get the benefit of the bargain that they struck with the U.S. when they signed the treaty, ceding much of their ancestral territory to the U.S. So that is why, and of course, I mean, I don't know if some of you have taken Indian law, but the federal government does have a trust responsibility to protect CSKT's treaty rights. Okay, so and just to show you some species of cultural importance, because it's always nice to show some fish. These are the fish that are impacted there. So, okay, so you may be wondering, so this is the coal mines are in Canada. So what leverage does a US tribe have to try to get Canada and British Columbia to do the right thing? Well, there's sort of 4 different leverage points that I'm going to talk about those. One, of course, is that it's a transboundary Ktunaxa Nation. So 4 of the First Nations are in Canada, and Canada and British Columbia, unlike the US, has signed on to UNDRIP, or the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And so they ostensibly claim to uphold, abide by that and uphold that. So that's one point. The other one I mentioned is that the U.S. has a treaty and trust responsibility to protect CSKT's treaty rights. So we can push on the U.S. to push on Canada to do the right thing. The third thing is the Boundary Waters Treaty, which is a treaty that maybe some of you are familiar with, but the U.S. and Canada signed this in 1909, and there's 2 critical pieces. One is that the countries agreed not to basically pollute the water, transboundary water passing back and forth across the boundary, and also the Boundary Waters Treaty created the International Joint Commission, which is a neutral, independent, body that the 2 countries send an issue to the IJC and then ask them for recommendations. So that's a big one. And the last one is sort of media and advocacy campaign. And I will say the Ktunaxa Nation has been asking for the 2 countries to submit this issue to the IJC since 2012. So for quite some time. All right, here we go. Okay, so focusing on that Boundary Waters Treaty and the agreement not to pollute the waters. One thing that CSKT did was work with the state of Montana and the U.S. federal government to adopt a site-specific standard under the Clean Water Act for selenium in Lake Kootenai, which is the reservoir that spans the U.S.-Canada boundary. And so we spent 6 years working to get that standard set, which is much lower than the general standard for selenium. And part of the point of that, of course, is Canada and British Columbia have been in violation of that standard ever since it went into place. And so if you think, okay, how do we know if the waters were polluted? Well, if they're not meeting our water quality standard, that seems like a clear evidence that they're violating the Boundary Waters Treaty. And yeah, so that's Lake or Kootenai Reservoir really there. And then on the, but I guess I just should say that the IJC can really work well. And the reason British Columbia in particular, but also Canada, have really, so the obvious solution would be to send this issue to the IJC, but they've resisted it because in 1988, in the watershed immediately adjacent to the Elk watershed, there was a proposed coal mine, and they sent the issue to the IJC, And the IJC said the impacts will be so great and unavoidable that this coal mine should only happen if the US agrees to it, and the US didn't agree to it. And so the coal mine never went forward. And since that time, British Columbia in particular has been extremely resistant to sending any issues to the IJC. So because of that, we really, CSKT and the Ktunaxa Nation had to engage in a really significant media and advocacy campaign to, pushing both the US and Canada to do the right thing here. So these are just some of our press releases and I guess these are all press releases and some of the letters that we sent. And sort of a funny thing, it's not what you maybe expect to do as a lawyer, but I got pretty good at writing press releases. We even managed to get it into the New York Times, which was a really big deal because apparently there wasn't much that really we found out that Canada was actually pretty sensitive to bad media coverage, and particularly in a large outlet such as the New York Times. So all of that pressure eventually resulted in Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden agreeing to reach an agreement in principle on how to reduce and mitigate impacts of water pollution in the watershed, in partnership with First Nations tribal nations and Indigenous peoples. And so you can see that inclusion there was, direct recognition of the work that the Ktunaxa Nation was doing to get them to do something about this. And so for us, that always, the agreement in principle, even though Canada kept wanting it to be something exactly like the IJC, but not the IJC, for us always meant the IJC because there's no one, they weren't going to create a new IJC. So we developed our own proposal for the IJC and sent it to the two leaders. We didn't hear anything, and so we invited Canada and the US to come meet with the Ktunaxa Nation in person, and they finally then agreed to negotiate with us. And following that meeting, we met weekly, sometimes more than weekly, with the US and Canada. There were in the Ktunaxa Nation, about 40 to 50 people meeting virtually to negotiate an IJC reference. And finally, last March, we got the US and Canada in partnership with the Ktunaxa Nation sent the reference to the IJC, asking them to look into this issue, which was really an incredible thing. And just to sort of, why am I telling you about this, and why is this, I don't know, important? I guess what I want to say, and sort of in line with the themes of this conference, is that, this reference, first of all, was historic. It's the first one that involved an Indigenous nation in addition to the US and Canada. And it absolutely would not have happened without the Ktunaxa and CSKT participation in particular. And I think, one thing to note is that tribes do have unique rights and roles that can sometimes help to move things along. We have unique treaty rights and sometimes water rights, and many times those treaty rights or water rights haven't been exercised or honored. And when tribes work to assert those treaty rights, and the federal government starts to work to honor and uphold those rights, sometimes longstanding controversies can kind of break open a bit. I also, want to say, as I noted, this was absolutely critical that CSKT was part of this and Ktunaxa Nation, but it really did take significant tribal capacity. And this can be one of the biggest challenges for tribes, is the lack of capacity. And one of the best things we can do to help tribes is to help build capacity for them to exercise their rights and assert them. And finally, sort of speaking in the larger context here, I'm not going to pretend that just because we got this IJC reference that everything is going to be fixed. things were already really challenging when the US and Canada were operating as close allies. And it seems like it will be only more difficult now that that's apparently no longer the case. But one thing I have learned working with CSKT is that, you know, tribes have been through so much, through so many really awful things, and yet they're still here. And their resilience really is remarkable, and their ability to remain calm and hopeful and resolute even during the most trying times is really an incredible source of inspiration. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share those thoughts, and then of course we can discuss more if there are any questions. But I will pass it back now to Michelle and try to figure out how to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. And Nicole should also be joining us virtually.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, it's Aya Bene. Can everybody hear me? Can I just get a quick feedback on that? Okay, great. Yate, everyone that's there. Be great to see. Oh yeah, I can see everybody in the room now. Okay. My name is Nicole Horseharder, and I am the executive director of Twanajona Ane, which is a community advocacy grassroots organization located on Black Mesa. And I don't have slides for you today, although I have presented many times with slides. I just wasn't too sure of the format here today. But bear with me. I'm just gonna, for the purpose of this presentation, I'm gonna go straight into kind of work backwards and start by saying that I live on Indigenous lands in Northeast Arizona, and there are a couple of things that I have learned from the work that I have done in the last 25 years. One is that if you're working with especially Indigenous communities and any communities actually doing environmental justice, social justice related work, the one thing that is just absolutely crucial to mobilizing community members is reliable leadership. Someone who can establish trust and is willing to engage the community anytime and every time it needs to be engaged for decision making and any kind of modifications and adjustments made to some strategy that's in place. So that's one thing. The other thing that's absolutely needed is the institutional knowledge and the historical knowledge that comes with attorneys who are willing to stay on some issue for a period of time. The longer, the better. And if you're still as equally motivated 25 years, 30 years after you began, that's even better. Because by that time, a lot of people who are fighting, because the stuff that we do takes time, and it doesn't get resolved in 1, 2, 3 years. Sometimes you work hard at some issue for decades before you finally see some kind of solution coming out of the work. So that's the other thing. The last thing I have come to understand in this work that I do is that ever since colonization, the laws that have been set in place in this country, they were not placed here for us as Indigenous people. They were placed here to enable the development of this country in the way that the colonial government wants to develop it. And it is there is a mindset that's attached to the way that the laws are written that is very different from the mindset of the Indigenous people. So it has been very challenging through the years to be able to convey very important and crucial ideas and ways of thinking and ways of being on this land that is more consistent and more aligned with the stewardship of this land rather than just straight the development and the extraction and the burning at large scales of resources for the profits and of corporations and to make things easier, convenient, more for people who are living in metropolitan areas that are developing rapidly. So the needs and of those people seem to take precedence over those that live in rural places. So those three things I want to start out with, and before I get into the work that I do. And it sounds like, like it's such like, why am I not, I'm starting with this information and it sounds very discouraging, but let me tell you, it's something that came, after 25 years of doing this work. And I live in an area where our people have faced multiple federal policies that have really been hard on our way of life. So I'm just and I've come from a long line of like elders who were some of the very first people to protest industry and relocation and federal policies like the livestock reduction, which essentially forced Navajo families to reduce the number of horses and cattle and sheep that they have. Something that was written into our treaties to make us give up our weapons, become sedentary people, and lead a certain type of lifestyle that wouldn't be that would not be disruptive to people moving into Arizona and New Mexico territories at the time. So we had to learn how to stay put. We had to learn how to become farmers and ranchers. And so then once that was established, then policy came up in which we ended up having to give up the very livelihood that the government kind of forced us to step into. But the work that I do, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. That's why I could talk on and on about so many things. The area that I live in is Black Mesa region. It's the high plateau in Northeast Arizona. The Navajo Nation is 27,000 square miles. It's about the size of the state of West Virginia. The region that I live in, which is the Black Mesa Plateau, is 4,000 square miles. It rises on the south end about 6,300 feet in elevation and is as high as 8,100 feet in elevation on the north side. So we have sagebrush, pinon trees, juniper trees. We have the ponderosa pine, and even on the north end, we have some aspen. So in the 25 years that I've been doing this, in the 25 years that I've been doing this work, we have been trying to get coal mining off of the groundwater. So coal mining on Black Mesa began about 55 years ago, approximately. And Peabody Western Coal Company operated 2 mines in the Black Mesa region. They were given about 60,000 acres in the northern part of the Black Mesa Plateau, and they operated 2 mines. One mine in particular used a slurry line which ran 270 miles to Laughlin, Nevada, and supplied coal to that power plant there. The power plant was owned and operated, there were other owners, but owned and operated by the Southern California Edison. The other coal mine, Kayenta Mine, was owned and operated by, the Kayenta Mine, operated by Peabody, supplied coal via railway to the Navajo generating station. Navajo didn't have any ownership in that. It was just a name, but owned and operated by Salt River Project. So a lot of utilities and a lot of states were involved in the coal mining here on Black Mesa, Arizona, Nevada, California. So they basically exploited coal resources here on the Navajo Nation and essentially transferred them to power plants that utilities owned. The one that was supplied by Kayenta Mine, which recently shut down about 5 years ago. 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. It'll be 5 years this coming year. But one of the part owners of that plant was actually the Bureau of Reclamation. So our trust responsible party was a part owner of a power plant here and also helped broker the deal for coal to the coal mines and water to the Navajo water to the power plants. It's a lot of information I'm dumping on you, but it's because it's so complicated. Some of the things that happen with when we work to shut down the Mojave generating station is so let me back up a little bit. From an Indigenous perspective, we looked at our lands and we looked at the life-giving resources here, and we said, what do we need to do to make some real changes? And the real change came from our springs and our seeps here on Black Mesa have stopped producing water, have stopped bringing water to the surface. We get less than 8 inches of rainfall a year. We don't have rivers and streams. We have underground rivers and streams. So I should say we don't have rivers and streams on the surface. They're all underground. They're all in aquifers. And so aquifers are not just these big tank storage systems underground. They're actually layers of sandstone with water running right through them. So that's why I always describe, especially to the children, that we have underground rivers and streams. But through the pressure in the ground and the natural fissures, those waters come to the surface in the form of seeps and springs. So we had to do something to protect these, because as people living at an elevation so high, with our aquifers about 2,000 to 3,000 feet beneath us, we could not allow the coal mining to continue to use the groundwater to support its operation the way that it was doing if we wanted to maintain our livelihood up here. Each well that the mining company drills, they tell us is about $1 million a well because the water is so deep. So the effort to get the coal mining off the water was absolutely crucial. And it was something that we had to get the people to mobilize around. These deals, these lease agreements were brokered at a time when our people were not English speakers, had to rely on English-speaking attorneys, and through interpreters, brokered a lot of these deals. Of course, they were told this is going to be temporary. In the minds of a corporation, maybe 50 years is temporary, but in the life ways of Indigenous people, 50 years is your whole prime lifetime, the lifetime of when you're in your prime. So, like there's a lot of miscommunication, even from somebody who's got an Indigenous mindset to somebody who's got a Western American, English speaking mindset. So we've had to struggle through a lot of these, and this is some of the work that I've been doing. I'm a speaker of Diné first and English second. And I was one of the only people here on the ground after I came back in 1998 from university to be able to effectively translate information, because I had, specific training in, I went to school to become a linguist, to be able to study my language and teach linguistics and Diné language to our youth, our young people, anybody who wanted to learn Diné language, because I found linguistics so fascinating. Well, it turns out after I graduated with my MA in linguistics from the University of British Columbia, there in British Columbia, Canada, that I got thrown into this other role, and I became a community organizer and started interpreting technical documents for the people here. And I had to. I'm not the amount of time it takes to figure out why there's misunderstandings and miscommunication is just fascinating. When you're a linguist and you're working through meanings and language. And so I got a lot of help, of course, from my elders to figure out the proper way to translate certain concepts and ideas to people so that they could understand, and also ways in which we could describe things. How like in the English language you use analogies and to make a point. We had to also come up with something similar like that. But of course, the analogies that we were making were very different than the English ones. But essentially, those types of phenomenon in languages really to have that background understanding helps you do a job of interpreting better. And be able to convey concepts without having to describe things in length. You can pretty much use it by using, like, say, analogies that you come up with. So those kinds of things have been part of my job while I've been working here on Diné lands, Black Mesa. Black Mesa has always been my home. I continue to live here. And I think that's the part that, the 3 points that I came up with at the beginning, the part that keeps a person like me going is raising your family in a place where you're from, and living in the place where you're from, establishing, like maintaining ties with family, maintaining a livelihood and a lifestyle that you've grown up with, traditions, teachings. If those things are important to you, then you understand what I'm talking about. And if family is important to you, then you understand what I'm talking about. And, children are always seeking to know who they are. Everyone on this earth seeks to know who they are. Some people go traveling abroad in order to do that. And some people work with the like some service project in order to figure those things out. Our children, more than ever, Indigenous children are trying to find out who they are in this society where so many policies have been passed down that essentially are there to and have had the impact and the effect of wiping out language and culture and ceremonies and tradition and those kinds of things. So they are always trying to find out who they are in this society that passes laws that really either restricts or diminishes or tries to delete altogether the things that they could otherwise have access to find out who they really are in this world. And more than ever now today, we need Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous ways of being and looking at things, relationship to plants, animals, the habitat around you, in order to be able to save it. Because in doing so means the survival of our species as well as human beings. So one of the things, just really to conclude, we were able to shut down the slurry line. It took community action, and it took science, and it took the help of lawyers. We were able to later on, for the second mine that was in operation, we were able to get that to come to a closure in which the power plant owners actually moved to decommissioning and cleanup. And had it not been for the movement and the community engagement, the power plant might have been transferred to somebody else, and the Southwest would have still been spewing tons of pollution from a 55-year-old power plant that was at the time one of the biggest polluters west of the Mississippi. So, and we have been gaining recognition and acknowledgement from our own tribal government, which is heavily influenced by industry at this time. The Navajo Nation is, fortunately or unfortunately, rich in mineral resources, and all corporations have their eyes on the Navajo Nation and want to deal here and think that they can bypass all kinds of federal regulations and loopholes, and get through loopholes in order to operate their projects here. And so we are, a nation that is very challenged. And so a lot of the work that we do ends up being, in opposition of the tribal government's official position or official push on some project. Some of the projects that we've defeated most recently is a pump hydro storage project on the Black Mesa region, and we are currently fighting hydrogen both production and a pipeline that's going to go through the northern part and then down the western part of our lands that have been given that were negotiated through treaty rights. Our original treaty, our original territories were actually much larger than they are now, but I'm talking about the current reservation lands. So, water is the guide. Water is the guiding, is our guide. If you listen closely enough and you pay attention, it will tell you what kinds of projects and what kinds of economic development are not sustainable in whatever region that you're in. In our region, of course, I've said before that we get less than 8 inches of rainfall a year. It's less now because of the drought and climate change. So more than ever, we have to think about how we're going to use our water in the future and how we're going to maintain our future generations access to clean drinking water. I'm in a state, Arizona, that should understand this. We always talk about being in a water crisis, but unfortunately, the leadership in the state of Arizona, in the legislature, and those that are in the U.S. Congress that represent us in the Congress and the Senate don't act like it. They act like they can continue to commit water to industry, and this is not the case. We are in a water crisis now. Dene people are living that crisis right now. However, we continue to have one ear open to industry. If we can just refocus, then we would be making better decisions for ourselves. And organizations like ours, who are deeply rooted and have a very strong elder and advisory component to their mission and goals, are doing a lot better job keeping people on the right track and helping Indigenous communities. So I just want to conclude with that, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Nicole, and our other panelists. I know we're a little bit over time, but I want to just make sure that our panelists have an opportunity to maybe each ask each other a question, and then we'll maybe take 2 questions from all of you. I know we're all starting to smell lunch right now, but I want to make sure we get the time. So I don't know if any of our panelists want to jump in or raise a hand.
I have a question for Nicole. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about how your work shutting down the slurry line at the coal mine, how that involved all different parties. So your group, but also you mentioned like scientists and lawyers and other people. Could you talk a little bit about that experience, collaborating and so on?
Yeah, so up until that time, the Navajo Nation had been using studies that were commissioned by the coal company. And so we went out and we looked for a third party that would do the same kind of study on the seeps and the aquifers and the watersheds in the mining area, and really see if we could get a different outcome. So a colleague of mine and a partner, an ally here, who is Hopi, actually asked the NRDC to do that study. And the NRDC used just simply USGS data and was able to determine in their report that, yes, there is a drawdown happening. And yes, the depressurization will cause the seeps and springs to decline, and you will lose your water resources. And then through that same study, we had other, not necessarily hydrologists, but people working in arid lands, studies, use those same data points, and then creating other, using statistics, basically came up with further conclusions that showed that the mining company, through their mining, directly correlates with the depletion of the wells and the wells that are being monitored, and that changes in the community's use was not aligned with the change in the drop of the wells, but actually it's the change in the mining use that was in direct correlation with the drop, or how far the wells dropped. So just, it's through, I hate to say that it's through Western, but it's Western training, the educational background that I have. That's only part of it. It's just when you wake people up to the fact that, hey, there's a mining company just north of here that's using our water resources. That's why these seeps and springs are disappearing, because they're all related. They don't stop at the boundary of the coal mine lease area. Water travels all, you know, underground and knows no boundaries. So once we could get the community to understand that information and a third party to help us, this helped make our case much stronger. And it no longer became just a conversation about the jobs and the revenue to the nation, but what are the real health and impact, water impacts to the communities. Like, we're literally going to kill ourselves if we allow the coal mine to continue, and is this okay? And I think up until that point, especially the utilities who were also involved in this, didn't have this information. It was not clear. And the mining company made sure that it wasn't clear. The mining company was concerned about continuing because it was getting very good deals on the coal, very good prices on the water, rock bottom prices, I'm telling you, and was making huge profits. So of course, it was trying to control the data. So it's about controlling the data, and you've got to break through that, and you've got to make sure that people out there know. And you know, this is a good point here. When we first began our work, we had 88 council delegates. It's like elected leadership, right? And when we brought this information to them, they said, "What?" And didn't realize that the coal company was tapped into the Navajo groundwater and had been for 35 years at that point, and was using that same groundwater to wash coal in this 273-mile pipeline down across basin lines, which is illegal, by the way, and across state lines, also illegal, to a power plant in Nevada. And they just did this with waivers. See, so one thing is, so you know, our leadership didn't know this. And this is how we were losing all our groundwater, is they were literally using pristine drinking water to wash coal to the power plant. But the other thing is that I realized laws are there to be made, to be amended, to be changed, to be rescinded. They're not set in stone. Man-made laws are not set in stone. However, natural law, that is not. That is set in stone. So, you know, that we just learn things as we go. Sorry, that was kind of long, but.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And Chelsea or Nicole, if either of you have a question for the other panelists.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank Nicole for that very excellent description. And I just, listening to you, I feel like the struggle that you've been through there, I mean, we almost could just change the facts a little bit, but it's just so reminiscent of the same situation we're dealing with, and the long-term struggle. And the company that's mining it, you know, they control the water quality model, and they've been really it's not open, we can't get it. And that's why we want this IJC, an independent, neutral body, to study this and provide the actual data and information to everyone. So yeah, so just really can't agree more with, and really thankful for the really excellent way you've laid out the struggles. So thank you.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to you too, because I felt the same way when I was listening to you present. You know, for the entire country, we are letting corporations take control and dictate, of course, the way the laws are written. But, you know, they control the data and they control the monitoring also. We just got done coming to an agreement, which I really struggled with back in 2007, 8 or so, with the mining company, to continue to use the actual data points that are recorded by the USGS, because they were moving towards computer-based simulated models that they had created. And we were like, no, You just punch in the numbers, make some adjustments, and you get the outcome you want. That is not good enough. And OSMRE was willing to accept that. And see, we are in this time where corporations are running our lives, and we have to get a hold of that.
And I think that's an incredible note to transition, a downer, but an incredible note to transition into our lunch break for those of us here in person. Thank you so much for our incredible water justice panelists. One more round.
So our next speaker is Andres Chang, who is a senior researcher specialist at Greenpeace USA, whose areas of focus include climate change mitigation, pathways, the oil and gas industry, and environmental protest. Andres is also a very cool guy and an amazing activist in his own right. So I'm super happy he could be here speaking with us today.
Thanks so much. Can everyone see my screen? Because I don't see it for my view, but want to make sure that the slides that I'm sharing are visible. Okay, awesome. Thanks for the thumbs up. So thanks for that really kind introduction, Catherine, and I'm happy to be presenting with you all today. I am currently in the city of Toronto, which is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Huron-Wendat, Seneca, and Mississaugas of the Credit. So I want to start with that land acknowledgement before jumping into the topics of my presentation. So I have about 30 minutes. I'll try to spend 20 minutes talking about a really important issue, which is suppression of protest and free speech. And the focus of what I'll be discussing is the fossil fuel industry's effort to crush the climate movement. But this is a subject that, as I'll explain, is very relevant to what we're seeing happen right now in the United States, affecting lots of different movements. And there's been a years-long intensification of the attack on protest and political speech. So just to get started, although much attention has been rightly paid to recent federal actions and Supreme Court rulings that gut our bedrock environmental protections, also something very important are trends that undermine civic space for protest, free speech, and dissent. The reason this matters is that our democracy should be the best tool we have to advance climate action, but instead it's been hijacked by corporate interests seeking to make a quick profit. And when I talk about democracy, I'm talking about it in terms not only of voting rights and the balance of power across branches of government, but also on freedom of speech and our ability to dissent, to hold our government accountable. We are witnessing a failure of democracy, and this is symbolized by many things, including the continued fossil fuel expansion in this country at the behest of corporate interests, even though a supermajority of Americans support climate action. The statistics here are a couple years old, but they show that as recently as 2023, a supermajority of registered voters supported regulating CO2 as a pollutant. So taking action on climate is very popular. Of course, this is one of the reasons that corporate polluters and their extremist allies in government would prefer for us to stay silent and are doing everything they can to intimidate us. With respect to the climate fight and the environmental movement, oops, I'm getting a hand wave.
Have a slideshow running, because we always see the first slide.
Oh, you can only see the first slide. Can you see, has it changed?
Yes, it just changed.
Okay, that is odd. Let me see if I can do anything about that to make sure that it keeps pace. All right, well, I'll keep an eye because I have like multiple windows running. Thanks for pointing that out. So where I was that with respect to the climate fight, what we're seeing is that across all fronts, there's this really intensifying effort by polluters, specifically the oil and gas industry, and its allies to crush perceived opponents. There are many examples of this. I'll talk about Energy Transfer's $300 million baseless lawsuit against Greenpeace, known as a SLAP suit. This is one example, and I'll bring other examples into the presentation as well. And as the attack on environmental advocacy and protests has intensified, so too have efforts to punish, intimidate, and suppress activists with other progressive causes like racial justice, police abolition, and Palestinian liberation as well. And all of these attacks are founded on the same broad brush characterization of activists as domestic terrorists, extremists, or enemies of society. Do you see this next slide? Awesome. And that's one of the reasons it's so important to understand that the attack on environmental advocacy and protests is an attack on all of us and on progressive movements broadly. I also think that what I'm sharing today, I hope, will help us better see and anticipate tactics that extremist politicians are using and will use in their effort to crush anyone who challenges their agenda. Okay, so at this point, I'll start talking a bit about the roots of climate protest criminalization. And I'm going to really emphasize the time frame from the Standing Rock resistance onward, which was 2016 through now. But I'm also going to start a little bit earlier than that. The oil industry has been laying the groundwork for climate protest suppression for decades by manufacturing climate denial and by framing activists as eco-terrorists, extremists, or a violent threat. And the reason these disinformation tactics are dangerous is that they provide the justification for harsh policing and legal treatment, as well as sowing confusion in other ways. So this is a graphic from The Guardian that just lays out how some of the oil industry's climate denialist propaganda was not only technical in nature, but also has these really inflammatory moral appeals, like this idea that environmentalists are lying to our children or inventing some sort of doomsday or apocalypse. And of course, the sort of inflammatory language that is used to describe activists of many stripes has only intensified. This is a screen grab from a video associated with a group called the Atlas Network. The Atlas Network, as was uncovered recently, is a oil and gas funded group that has created marketing materials and funded influencers around the world, not only in the US, but also in Europe, Africa, Australia, and South America, and pushed rhetorical framings that villainize environmentalists. It's important to acknowledge as well that these kinds of framings can take on a life of their own. It's not just that they are pushed by the oil and gas industry, it's also that they're easy for private and government actors to adopt for their own reasons. And so this issue has really grown and been used pretty broadly. To put this another way, and just to make this point really clear, corporate polluters and anyone who is seeking to suppress free speech benefit from painting all activists as enemies of society. And in the case of environmental activists, it's very clear that the vast, vast, vast majority are peaceful, but a broad brush is used to paint all activists as eco-terrorists, violent, folks that are engaging in property destruction. And even the sort of conflation of property destruction with violence, I think is problematic, but for reasons I'll get into a little bit later. We really saw an escalation of rhetoric used to describe protesters, as well as the sort of legal response that criminalizes protest with the Standing Rock movement starting in 2016. And this slide I'm not going to read off of, just has some examples of the way that oil industry aligned actors were describing protesters and smearing them as an extremist threat. There's an example from Tiger Swan, which was a security firm hired by Energy Transfer, which operates the Dakota Access Pipeline, the Gain Coalition, which is an oil industry group, and Harold Hamm, who's a CEO of an oil producer in North Dakota. And similarly, extreme rhetoric spread across the country and reached a lot of folks. The backlash that then occurred against the Indigenous-led Standing Rock movement just shows how this kind of vilifying rhetoric opens the door to really forceful suppression and criminalization. And during the protests, you had hundreds of protesters who were injured, countless more who were traumatized. And although police and security forces and oil industry allies were painting the protesters as violent, it was really police and security who came in with armored vehicles, rifles, tear gas grenades, and water cannons. And so to bring this to the very moment we're at now, I think that we're in another escalation stage. And we've seen this sort of broad brush rhetoric and characterization that's been used to describe pro-Palestine activists and protesters that are standing up to Elon Musk and Doge. Just some tweets here as examples. And this type of rhetoric just paves the way. It's meant to intimidate and to basically ease acceptance and yeah, really not great. So next I'll talk about how anti-protest laws spread across the US and how that looked following Standing Rock. Since 2017, state lawmakers across the US have introduced more than 280 bills that restrict the right to protest. There are a lot of different issues that are targeted by these bills. There are some bills that are specifically focused on fossil fuel protesters, so they will boost penalties or make it a felony to trespass near energy infrastructure or to block construction of said infrastructure. There are other bills that target things like wearing masks or blocking roads. And some of these bills very clearly respond to the massive surge in climate activism that originated with Standing Rock. In 2023, there were 22 states that have enacted laws restricting rights to protest. And states with fossil fuel specific anti-protest laws actually cover around 60% of US oil and gas production in terms of the states that they cover. So you literally have a kind of legal barricading of the oil and gas infrastructure by these laws that create really severe penalties and broaden the kinds of activities that might be considered felonies of a certain kind. And a really particularly harsh version of this type of fossil fuel anti-protest law was enacted in North Carolina in 2023. What the law does is it says that protesters who impede the construction of critical infrastructure, which is defined as pipeline, energy infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure, lots of things can fall into this definition. They can now face more than 15 years in prison and a mandatory $250,000 fine for this kind of activity. And so that's a real escalation, and it seems very clearly targeted at an action that's politically motivated. There are already laws in every state that address property destruction or that address trespassing. And the fact that the oil and gas industry has lobbied hard for this kind of bill and that it is usually understood as targeting protesters is, I think that speaks for itself. The fossil fuel and energy industry has played a really key role in the creation and spread of this type of anti-protest law. So there's a group called the American Legislative Exchange Council that some of you may know. This is a sort of union of state legislators that has pushed model anti-protest laws around the country. And in the research that I have done and my colleagues at Greenpeace have done, we found that midstream and integrated oil and gas companies have been the top lobbyists for these bills. They've also donated to lots of the state level sponsors of these bills. So these bills really, again, are meant to intimidate protesters and deter protests. And I think that's something to keep in mind, is that often they use language that is vague, seemingly intentionally vague. And that means that activists fear that they can be swept up or charged with crimes that they have not committed. And even just having the threat of felony charges hanging over you is an attack. And that's something that we should not stand for. The other side of the coin is judicial harassment. So at the same time as there's been this rise in anti-protest laws targeting activists, we've also seen fossil fuel companies as well as public prosecutors targeting activists with sweeping civil litigation claims and criminal charges that seem intent to crush dissent altogether. There are lots of examples of this, but one of the major tactics that I'll talk about are SLAPs, strategic lawsuits against public participation. These are legal actions designed in large part to silence and intimidate defendants, as well as draining them of the resources that they might need for an adequate legal defense or just to carry out their day-to-day activity. Because these types of lawsuits can take years to resolve, they can cost lots and lots of money for the defendants, even if the claims are weak. And to be a SLAP suit, by definition, the allegations are weak, spurious. Often they are going to be defamation-related lawsuits. They also send a message to the broader movement that you should shut up because otherwise you might be next. An outcome of SLAPs is that they remove conversations from the public sphere and shift them into the courtroom, where the plaintiff behind the SLAP can leverage its access to often vast financial resources to stifle opposition or force the defendant into a settlement. It's a really, really dangerous and aggressive kind of attack that we've seen a lot coming from the fossil fuel industry. A report from Earth Rights International found that since 2012, fossil fuel companies have targeted more than 190 defendants with judicial harassment tactics, including SLAPs and abusive subpoenas. And I believe this is in the US alone. Greenpeace, where I'm a researcher, is facing one such lawsuit brought by Energy Transfer. Energy Transfer, the operator of the Dakota Access Pipeline, is alleging that Greenpeace essentially orchestrated the entire resistance movement at Standing Rock and used it to raise money, which is totally bogus. It was an Indigenous-led movement. Greenpeace only showed up when invited by Indigenous leaders on the ground. And the kinds of claims that Greenpeace made about the Dakota Access Pipeline were claims that the entire movement was making. And although a federal judge dismissed Energy Transfer's initial RICO lawsuit against Greenpeace in 2019, the company filed a new lawsuit in North Dakota State Court that is currently in trial, and the trial started at the very beginning of this month. There's actually not a lot that I can say about the trial and what's been going on because it is being actively litigated. But it's had a lot of news coverage, and I would encourage folks to seek out information about what the trial has looked like. I also think that this type of lawsuit threatens free speech in the environmental movement broadly. It's not the only example either. There was a gas pipeline under construction that went through the states of West Virginia, and I believe North Carolina, called the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And the company behind it has sued more than 40 individuals that are alleged to have slowed construction on the pipeline. And then activists have also been threatened, activists have also had criminal charges brought against them. Criminal charges that are actually quite unusual. And another pretty recent example is that after California's Attorney General and environmental groups, including Sierra Club, criticized Exxon for its claims around recycling, Exxon sued these groups back. So this is clearly being used as a kind of lawfare tactic, if you will. And I see it as a really, really severe and intense threat to free speech and protest. But really, advocacy at its very base is threatened by these kinds of legal attacks. I don't have as many slides for this section on how we fight back. I just want to kind of talk about it a little bit more. I mean, when I did a lot of the research that I'm sharing in this presentation, that was in 2023. I've kept up with these trends, of course, but that's when a lot of the research I did into the industry was focused. We wrote out policy recommendations that I'll read from here. Clearly, we need to take back our right to protest and dissent. We need to reaffirm Indigenous sovereignty and provide redress for human rights violations. Strengthen the rights of communities, have accountability for law enforcement. Right now, at the federal level, this seems further away than ever in many ways. And I think that, just to go back to like how we fight back, a big thing that the movement is doing is showing that we won't be silenced. So for example, with Elon Musk's threats against Tesla protesters, he and his allies have singled out specific groups alleging that they are violent or plan violent activity, and showing that there's actually a broad-based organic grassroots movement that's protesting is one way of sort of getting around this threat, because if we all act up, then they can't target or silence all of us. They can't put all of us in jail. Another tactic that Greenpeace and our allies have been working on is this Bill of Rights that organizers can use at the local or state level that sort of creates principles and enshrines certain rights around protest and free speech. And it can be used strategically in order to get potentially like local or state level candidates to sign on, expressing their support for free speech activity and other manifestations of dissent. But there's, I mean, so many ways that we all need to be fighting back against this. And I think that part of what I wanted to do is sort of like open up this discussion, and I guess I'm not opening, I'm sure you all are having this already, but talk about like how legal professionals can organize to defend against attacks on protest and dissent, and just uplift the importance of this, because a lot of the attacks that we are seeing are aided by folks in the legal profession, not you all, but like this is, there are attacks being carried out in court in terms of slaps, and we have activists who are threatened regularly and facing all kinds of really, really horrible treatment through the criminal system. And so having like a broad-based intentional strategy for legal professionals to fight back, I think, is really crucial. So yeah, I know that was like a ton of information, but that's where I'll stop. And if there's any Q&A or discussion, happy to like answer questions, but I'm also just interested in hearing if folks have thoughts or comments about this last piece. And I don't know if I can hear people in the room, by the way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing. I had a question. Greenpeace is a international organization that operates, in communities globally, but much of your work is really at the hyper local level. I'm wondering if you can just talk, maybe this is specific to your work, or maybe it's just a question about Greenpeace more broadly, but about how Greenpeace as an organization sort of balances that line between operating at a coordinated international level while also, really intentionally working at the hyper local.
Yeah. So generally, the way that Greenpeace is organized is that it's a network of independent campaigning organizations that are national or regional. So Greenpeace US is independent of Greenpeace Canada, but Greenpeace International helps us coordinate our activities. I think in practice, different campaigns call for a very different focus. We organize based on where we have power and where decisions are made. So we have an oceans campaign. A lot of their work is super, super global because decisions around ocean protection and ocean treaties are happening at the UN level. When we talk about building power to fight back against fossil fuel expansion, often the opportunities are much more local because they are related to specific projects. And we do all that we can to work with communities on the ground or provide support through things like nonviolent direct action trainings or creative arts trainings, things like that. So it is always a strategic consideration. I think it depends on whether the goal is like to build power or to intervene in a specific political process.
Thank you, Andres, for presenting. Okay, so now we've reached the activity. And I asked, and also like, I just think it's kind of cool, like, to do some daydreaming visioning. Like, I went to look for a reading, and it's not really law-based, but they're just, I guess these are things I personally thought were kind of inspiring and interesting. So a lot of what I'm about to read from, I'll distinguish if it's like, I have a poem by Mary Oliver, but then I'm going to be reading a lot from the book All We Can Save, which is edited by Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson. And also a little bit from What If We Get It Right, which is also a book that was edited by Ayanna Johnson. They're both great books. Yeah, and they were both gifted to me actually from the same professor at UConn. So thank you, Heather Reed. Okay. But at this time, if you want to like, draw, write on the paper, please take this time to do that. If you've not already, or if you have been, do more. Morning at Blackwater by Mary Oliver. For years, every morning I drank from Blackwater Pond. It was flavored with oak leaves and also, no doubt, the feet of ducks. And always it assuaged me from the dry bowl of the very far past. What I want to say is that the past is the past, and the present is what your life is, and you're capable of choosing what will be. Daring citizen, darling citizen. So come to the pond, or the river of your imagination, or the harbor of your longing, and put your lips to the world and live your life. Today, people from all corners of the world are beginning to come together to address the sickness that has overtaken us. And they are increasingly looking to Indigenous people for guidance. One such piece of guidance comes from the Anishinaabe prophecy of the 7 fires. The prophecy highlights 7 periods of time linked to Indigenous people's contact with the white people from across the water. It offers advice and warnings for each of these time periods. Ojibwe Anishinaabe elder and wisdom keeper Jim Dumont tells us that we are in a time of the 7th fire. That is what the prophecy has to say about this time. It states, if the new people learned to trust the ways of the circle and trained themselves to hear their inner voice, wisdom would return to them in waking and sleeping dreams, and the sacred fire would be lit once again. The light-skinned people would be given a choice of 2 paths. If they choose the correct path, then the 7th fire would be used to light an 8th fire, which would be a lasting fire of unity and peace. If they choose the wrong path and stay locked into their old mindset, the destruction they wrought will come back and destroy them, and all the people of the earth will experience great suffering and death. Similarly, in the early 20th century, Oglala Lakota chief John Hollowhorn told the US government, someday the earth will weep, she will beg for her life, she will cry with tears of blood. You will make a choice, if you will help her or let her die. And when she dies, you too will die. It feels like we have reached the point of choice where large kind of on this, like white people must decide which path they will choose, take the path of unity and peace, or stay on the current path and destroy themselves and countless others with them. Today, Indigenous people across the Americas are literally placing their bodies in harm's way to stop the destruction of Mother Earth. Some of us are listening, and more are starting to listen. And we are hearing the voices, the sounds, despite the chaos and noise being generated by the loudest mouths in the nation. As Terry Tempest Williams put it, it is time for us to make vows to something deeper than hope. From a Buddhist philosopher, Joanna Marcy writes, it's okay not to be optimistic. Buddhist teachings say feelings that you have to maintain hope can wear you out. So just be present. And when you're worrying about whether you're hopeful or hopeless or pessimistic or optimistic, who cares? The main thing is that you're showing up, that you're here, and that you're finding ever more capacity to love this world, because it will not be healed without that. My own spirituality is based on yoga and Tibetan Buddhism. A major symbol in Tibetan Buddhism is the stupa, which represents the structure of the universe. There's a story from when the Cultural Revolution came to Tibet. Wherever the Chinese Communist Party's Liberation Army went, they destroyed religious sites and symbols. There was a monastery that knew that the army was coming for them next. It would give them the same destructive treatment. The head monk, the abbot, told the other monks they must keep building stupas. The monks asked what the point was when the army was about to come and destroy everything. The abbot said, of course there is a point. Of course there is a point. Of course it matters. I'll end with a prophecy made in 1877 by Crazy Horse after a ceremony with Sitting Bull. This ceremony was held right next to Standing Rock, where water protectors gathered in 2016 to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline, where Lakota people and others stood to protect life by protecting waters. So Crazy Horse's prophecy, spoken 140 years ago, said that upon suffering beyond suffering, the Red Nation shall rise again, and it shall be a blessing for a sick world. A world filled with broken promises, selfishness, and separations. A world longing for light again. I see a time of 7 generations when all the colors of mankind will gather under the sacred tree of life, and the whole earth will become one circle again. In that day, there will be those among the Lakota who will carry knowledge and understanding of unity among all living things. And the young white ones will come to the house of my people, and ask for this wisdom. I salute the light within your eyes, where the whole universe dwells. For when you are at that center within you, and I am at that place within me, we shall be one. So with our remaining time, please enjoy the activity. Welcome to the uprising. And yeah, maybe we'll share a little bit at the end if we have time.
Great. Hi, everyone. Let me just pull myself up here. All right, so I'd love to, at this time, invite our three panelists to come forward. Pick whichever seat you like. So as we're getting settled, I'll just do a quick introduction for myself. My name is Emily Karwacki, and I'm a 2L here at VLGS. I am doing a concentration in international and comparative law, and I hope to work in international environmental and climate change law one day. I am the current treasurer for the Environmental Justice Law Society and the current business manager for the Environmental Law Society. So I have been very busy helping to plan. And I'll be your moderator for this awesome panel today. Place-based connections to land is our title. And personally, I find that connections to land come from being out in nature, seeing and interacting with animals and plants. For me, that's just what like a connection to land means. So today's panel will be about cultivating a sense of place and our connections to land. How that can ground us, how that can help us figure out our place in the world, how our place in our communities, and help to motivate us to advocate. So our speakers today will help us think about the many ways that we can consider our connections to land and how we can all better connect and hopefully build a better place for all of us. So with that, let's introduce our incredible panelists. They're going to help us dig into this topic. So Dr. Ross Jones here is an adjunct professor at Vermont Law and Graduate School. He teaches here various climate change courses as well as natural resources law. I don't know if any of you have taken him yet, but highly recommend. And he is also a senior lecturer in the environmental studies program at Dartmouth College, where he teaches environmental law and conducts research on the integration of ecology and environmental law, particularly as it relates to biodiversity protection, climate change, and natural resources management. Dr. Jones also consults on a range of environmental projects, from providing scientific and legal expertise for litigation to working with private and public groups on sustainability issues. He grew up in the mountains and the deserts of the Western United States, where he developed his ties with nature. Dr. Jones moved to Chicago for college, where he majored in biology at the University of Chicago, and graduate school, where he received his PhD in ecology and evolutionary biology from Northwestern University. Very impressive. His dissertation combined fieldwork in the caves and springs of West Virginia, no big deal, with laboratory and theoretical work to study the ecological causes of natural selection, along with the interaction of selection and genetic drift, gene flow, and development. From Chicago, he and his lovely wife moved to Washington, D.C. for 2 years and then to Newfoundland, Canada, where he spent 6 years doing work in marine ecology and learning about the ways that science, culture, law, and economics can interact to cause and cure real-world problems. This understanding was motivated by the collapse of the North Atlantic cod fishery, an environmental and economic disaster. It was this event that motivated Dr. Jones to move back to the US and attend law school, where he received a joint JD and master's from Vermont Law, with the hope of combining his knowledge of science with his new interests in environmental policy and law. Ms. Emily Bowles, at the other end here, is an Abenaki citizen. She majored in environmental sciences and uses her traditional knowledge and principles of ecology and conservation to guide her in caring for the land. In addition to being a traditional basket maker, incredible, I'm sure we're all going to have questions about that, Emily co-leads the White River Land Collaborative's Forest Project and is on the board of directors for the Otoquiche Water Protectors Association. And last but certainly not least, in the middle here, Dr. Sarah Kelly is a geographer who works as a research scientist and lecturer at Dartmouth College. She's a co-founder and leads the Energy Justice Clinic. Sarah has conducted community-based research on water and energy conflicts with Mapuche Huilliche communities in Chile for over 10 years. Currently, her research investigates the just transition and water issues in New England, Chile, and across global networks of solidarity. Dr. Kelly specializes in participatory mapping, transect floats, community science, and other creative methods to support community needs. Her scholarship has been published in Energy Policy, Geoforum, Climate and Development, and Energy and Research and Social Sciences, among other journals, just to name a few. So thank you all so much for being here today. I'd love to start with just a very broad question of how do you foster a connection to the land in your personal and professional lives? We can go ahead and start with Emily, if that's okay.
Sure. One of the main things I do for the White River Land Collaborative's Forest Project is community engagement and outreach. And what we really do is get anyone who wants to come out with us into the forest. We go for walks, we help them with plant identification, answer questions, try to really foster curiosity and an understanding of place. I weave in my Abenaki heritage and answer questions they have about that and how far back our history goes. There's a lot of knowledge that has been passed down through the generations that ties into the land and our traditions. So that's how I do it professionally in my personal life. I really just enjoy being out in the world and seeing what is in front of me and taking the time to really listen and understand all the signals we're getting from the natural world.
That's a great question. Yeah, in my professional work, I've done a lot of collaborative work and worked with Mapuche Huilliche communities like the intro mentioned, and it's been learning to work at a different pace, like in a different temporality, and be guided by Mapuche Huilliche protocol and their self-right and way of asking permission in the natural world, asking permission at a river to take water quality samples, starting a day of work with ceremony and talking around mate tea, and changing how we might conduct science based on their long-term observations of where they're seeing water perturbations or where someone dreamed that it was important to see what was happening, and different ways of knowing that need to be included in how environmental monitoring and like translation to institutional processes work. And in doing that collaboration and participating in their protocol and their ceremony, it's opened up other ways of knowing for me. I'm of Irish ancestry. I grew up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And, I started to dream in Huilliche territory in different ways about my own ancestry and also about things to do in the territory and how Nyen or spirit guardians were being affected by different decisions in the territory, and just a little bit, like a little aperture to how they know. I don't know how they know, but I could see and gain more of a sensibility to their thousands of years of connections to the land that they'd maintained over time. And in my own personal time here, I'm a river person, I'm a water person, being out by rivers, connects me. I grew up by the ocean, being out by the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, where my ancestors crossed from. I feel a strong connection there. And just, in this fast-paced world, like trying to slow down a bit and listen more when I can, when I take those extra breaths is always important. And, I'm a renter in general here, but growing what little I can always is also a way to connect to the land and be more in touch with the seasons and appreciative of the rains instead of bothered by them, those types of things.
Well, it's a tough question for me, but I have to say, as a kid, I moved around quite a bit out west. So we were living in the mountains sometimes, the desert other times. But, wherever I lived, I just really took to the natural setting really quickly. And that's basically why I ended up going into biology and ecology, in particular ecology and evolutionary biology. So by moving around a lot, I maybe never maintained the long-term connections with one place that a lot of people do, and that's disappointing. But I certainly remember all the places I've been to, and I've also have the range of different places I've been to, which have all had an impact on me in very different ways. And I guess a couple of examples right off the bat that I can think of is that when I was in grad school, my first thought was that I was going to be working on basically insect plant interactions in the Rocky Mountains. So there's a really nice field site in Colorado that I was planning on going to, but then I got hooked on measuring selection in cave critters in West Virginia caves. So that's a different kind of place, in that it's a place where you don't see anything unless you actually have a light with you, for one thing. But it's a magical place as well, being down in the cave. And if you've never done it, I certainly suggest you give it a try. So that sort of just broadened my outlook about what a place could be. It doesn't actually have to be trees and blue sky and rivers and what have you. It can be a tunnel underneath the ground where you have small little cave critters with no eyes and large antenna, and you do stuff. But so that was a cool thing. And the last thing I'd say is my time in Newfoundland is a place, it's a very special place. And it's a place that my wife and I never really wanted to leave, but it was basically ran out of money as postdocs, so we had to leave. And it's a magical place, in that most of the people who live there are descendant from Irish and English fisher people who came there in the 16th century, and have a long history, very separate from Europe and separate from North America in that island. But their identity to the place is something that you notice that I envied it. I envied it greatly, because it's a fantastic, very special kind of wild looking place. And the people there, the culture that they have built around the place, the icebergs flowing down during the spring, the ice packs in spring, the caribou herds, things like that. I mean, it was the identity, their personal identity and their community identity came from their interaction with the water, the ocean, and the land there as well, which has also made the cod collapse so particularly tragic, because it was more than just a scientific or environmental and economic disaster. It was a cultural disaster for the people there. For even the people who didn't go out on boats to fish, it was still a cultural part of their lives. So that was the thing I noticed as well. So I guess I lied. One more thing I'll say is that in my teaching, in whether it's environmental law or natural resources law or climate change, it's all of that is very much of a place-based approach that I take. Very specific examples, whether it be, even if you're talking about pollution from power plants or what have you, I will use examples from specific places, because the impacts of those kinds of activities are different in different places, not just because of the difference in the people's economic and social situations, but also because of the geography of the area, because of the ecology of the area, because of wind currents and what have you. So all of those, really knowing something about the specifics, the details of the place that you're in, is important, even for something as seemingly unconnected as dealing with air pollution impacts as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was such a lovely start to this conversation. So kind of in line with that, do you feel that your connections to land have changed as climate change has accelerated? We can start with Dr. Jones. Sorry, I know that's another tough one.
Yeah, I know you I feel like an oral exam here. I mean, not really, to be quite honest, on a personal level. I mean, I certainly notice. I mean, I think maybe one of the advantage, I don't know if it's an advantage, but I think by having moved around in many different places, I have seen, I've lived in winter climates. I've lived in the summer. I've lived in the desert. I've lived in very many places where humid areas, that kind of thing, whatever. I've lived in many different kind of places, all of which now I can imagine, well, I can say like, Vermont and New Hampshire, if we keep on the same sort of level of, greenhouse gas emissions as we have now, or even reducing somewhat, we're going to be living in, Vermont will be more like, I don't know, southern New Jersey, Vermont, Virginia, North Carolina in, several decades from now. And I recognize that. And I know what that means, as far as much more hot and humid summers, but can't really say that it has actually, I mean, I like Virginia and North Carolina. So what I try to focus on more is whatever place I happen to be in or whatever place I'm dealing with is, how can you make it more as resilient as you can to the impacts of climate change, as opposed to, changing your views about, me being too upset about how it's going to change. You just try to do things to actually keep the critters as resilient as possible, keep the humans as resilient as possible.
You go ahead. Yeah, it's an important question. I haven't, I guess I have to answer it as a mom, and as a mom of a 5-year-old, I worry about what my son will grow up with, right? And that's, I would have anyways, but having climate change be such an important force, it definitely, I think about that dimension much differently. But in terms of my connections to nature, I don't think so. Yeah, one of the research projects that I'm doing now with colleagues is in the Black and White Rivers around flooding and mutual aid, and mapping how the concerns people have, and how they're needing to kind of change and make decisions about what they relocate and what they repair in their infrastructure. We do this culvert crawlers program where students get out with community members and are like literally measuring culvert pipes under roads, but helping to maintain infrastructure and plant native plants and support, Vermont communities being healthy and more resilient with flooding. And so I will say that, conducting collaborative research with Vermonters versus Mapuche-Huiche folks, there's really different considerations and connections to the rivers. And sometimes those can be really similar. And sometimes, the fears or the different relationships that people start to form to rivers that are continually flooding them is quite different. And so that's something that I'm seeing, and seeing those cultural relationships, and it varies, right? Some people remain very spiritually connected to rivers, and others want to dredge, and manufacture their environments to try and control rivers more, right? Which I would say is quite fraught, but that's a human response. So, yeah, but in terms of my own personal connections, no, I think the climate anxiety I see among my students is really worrisome. Like, I worry for them. I see that that's can be destabilizing for people. It can create different mental concerns for youth. And so that, as an educator and someone who, does place-based and experiential learning, I see that just getting out is a really important anecdote for those issues, and not stopping and like resisting, not stopping trying to change things, and like staying in that, because we can't leave that work, right? And so it's a tough question to answer, but I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, loaded question. I think for Indigenous communities, it's very much place-based. A lot of our culture has to do with where we're from. And for the Benaki people, and specifically, we've always remained in our homeland for thousands of years. So that puts it into a different perspective, because we have relationships with every single plant, animal, and place there is here. And climate change does threaten those. And it can be very difficult to think about that these relationships could be lost due to climate change, or, it gets hot, a tree species can't grow here anymore. You're losing a piece of your culture when that happens. Well, we have to use that same culture to take a wider view of things and understand our people were here during the last glaciation. We have seen change, we have withstood change, and we can draw deeper into what place-based connection really means, and knowing that it's not just the animals and plants here, but something much deeper that goes into the ground, that's in the air. And that will never change. We will always have a connection to that, no matter what happens to the climate. So I think it's a balance, balance of understanding the large threat that climate change poses to us, and also having a sense of acceptance and peace that we will do all we can to weather this coming change, but that in the larger scheme of things, we just have to believe that our culture will continue and the things we hold dear will always remain.
Thank you so much. So kind of in line with that, but a little bit separately, thinking in terms of land management, do you think there are specific kinds of changes or specific methods that should be implemented, knowledge that should be implemented in land management now moving forward?
Yes, short answer. We really need to stop commodifying our land and resources. Just calling them resources removes the intricate relationship and the relationship they have within themselves, an entire ecology of complicated relationships. But when we reduce something to a resource, we take away all of that and put a monetary value on it. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest steps we need to take. Another step that is going to be very difficult to take is we need to live within our means, understand we have this one earth to take care of, and we can no longer keep extracting from it the way we have been. We need to create a way to live in balance, and that's one thing that I actually feel hopeful about, because many Indigenous people have for millennia lived in balance with their land. And oftentimes the relationship they had with it actually improved conditions for the environment and the animals. And I truly believe that it would be different, but we could create a new way of doing that keeps humans safe as well as all the other species and the things we hold dear. So it's going to take some very big societal shifts and some reevaluating where our values lie and the type of future we want to have, but it's most definitely possible.
I agree with what Emily just said. Yeah, I guess I'd add, yeah, I think a lot about not commodifying nature as well as a starting point and living within our means. In terms of water quality, like we just cannot contaminate our waters anymore, period. And we need to really think about building our infrastructure differently. Driving, I came over from White River Junction, and there's so many car places all along the river, and that's not a good idea. They shouldn't be there, right? That's every time there's flooding and rain, we know there's a lot of oil and other chemicals entering that waterway, right? Those should be moved. And that's me just saying how I think things should be, but we need to think really differently. And with flooding in this region, we need to think really differently. We need to be planting a lot more native plants to be catching up what contaminants are going and maintaining the soil that's still there. I feel like I teach with solar punk, which check it out if that sounds interesting, but it's a kind of cyberpunk meets solar energy with my students. And one of the things is we need to be living more using our materials we're in the apocalypse now, right? Instead of in the future. And that's a change that we need to make now, not later in some post-apocalyptic movie setting, but right now. I talk with that about my students. In my scholarship, in southern Chile, they talk a lot about extractivismo, which is extractivism, and it's quite potent, that form of economic development that takes resources out and ships them elsewhere for consumption, like lithium or non-native forestry, aquaculture, salmon, lots of different primary resources. And so I write expert reports for the environmental courts in Chile, like helping to support Mapuche geography being recognized and like countering environmental impact assessments when private companies say that the direct area of influence only involves certain communities, and it's incorrect about really how their knowledge and spatiality understands those impacts. And, in Chile, there's a lot of global north companies developing renewable energy, and there's a lot of an increasingly growing rare earth mining happening. And that is gonna, these like their waterways are the gold of their, like it's such beautiful fresh waters of our earth, and there's just so many mining projects being like being promoted at the same time right now for the global north's energy transition. And so a lot of my work is trying to support those global networks of solidarity and supporting them trying to have those like basically like bridge the disconnect that exists between the global north and the global south around these commodity chains, right? And around what we think is the most ethical way to handle the energy transition in the global north, and really what that means for people in both the global south and the global north. Like any of our decisions to build new energy include impacts. And we really need to think very carefully about how we're going to do that in the least impactful way. And so that in my own work is how, I do that technical work and network support solidarity work for, I've traveled with Mapuche communities to Norway as they met with Sami indigenous communities, but also pushed for a Norwegian state-owned company, Statkraft, to not develop hydropower in their lands. That's an ongoing conflict. And there's a big wind energy conflict I'm studying right now with communities where they're trying to reach the NG company in France that's developing a lot of projects and affecting their water security. So there's particular work that I think we can do as scholars or as lawyers that like from our places of privilege to help support justice efforts and support environmental protection. And that's how I've situated myself in doing that work.
Yeah, no, that's great. I agree with everything that's already been said. I think the best I can do right now maybe is I'll give one little hopefully quick example from some of my work. The idea of certainly economic, putting a price tag on all aspects of nature is something I've done collaborations. I do collaborations right now with ecological and environmental economists. I mean, it was my way to actually learn some economics. And certainly in my reading and stuff, the whole idea of ecosystem services, which really came into vogue in the 1990s, it's important. But I think it went too far. I think it went too far in management of nature, whether it be federal public lands, state public lands, or what have you, where essentially decisions are being made based upon the value of a particular ecosystem to humans, whether it be a wetland as flood control or a forest for logging purposes or for watershed protection, what have you. And I really appreciate the fact that more recently there's been a pushback about that ecosystem, basically calculating the costs of harm to an ecosystem service can be a very effective. I mean, it's a language that politicians and policymakers understand. So you can make an argument to protect some aspect of nature by saying, well, look, by putting a price tag on it. That's kind of unfortunate, I think, but it's a truism. On the other hand, there's also been, a rising within that area, especially even in ecological economics, the idea that not everything should have a price tag, that biodiversity protection can be an intrinsic good that doesn't need to actually have a value put upon it by, calculating the economic value. And one quick example I'll give, maybe not so quick, is I've worked on a project for several years on the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire, where for the law students out there and lawyers, basically this is a multidisciplinary project involving essentially the ecology and ecosystem ecology of the forest. and the mountain areas in the White Mountain National Forest with the economics of calculating essentially the social cost of carbon from various and using that to determine on the legal perspective different sort of management alternatives. And I could actually look specifically at what the U.S. Forest Service was planning on doing or what thinking about doing by looking at their, for those who know, their environmental impact statement for their forest management, latest forest management plan. And they said all these different alternatives. Okay, we're going to do this amount of logging for one alternative, or we're going to do this amount of logging for a different alternative. And so we do this study and we look at, okay, what's going to be the implications as far as, addressing climate change impacts or adapting to potential climate change impacts from that. But one of the two things I would say from that was that one is that the Forest Service themselves in their forest management plan, they made the main priority of their plan basically to restore the spruce fir forests of the White Mountain National Forest, which is what had been there in the 19th century. That was basically everything else. All the economic cost benefit analysis they did about different sort of logging projects was put as a sort of secondary to this primary purpose of restoring an original forest land to the White Mountain National Forest. That's great. And that's just what I'm talking about is that basically they're making a management decision where they're sort of not putting the emphasis on economic gain, but putting it on cultural or ecological benefits. That's a good. The problem is if you go through their environmental impact statement, and this was written, even though they're supposed to do them every 15 years, the latest plan was from 2005, 2006. So that's still the plan they have. Climate change is mentioned. It's like a 900-page environmental impact statement, one of those biggies. And climate change is mentioned in 2 paragraphs. And basically how they mention it is that, well, there's a lot of uncertainty about the impacts of climate change in the future. So we're essentially going to ignore that in this management plan, in this environmental impact statement. The problem with that is that then they have this goal of actually restoring spruce fir forest. But spruce fir, that's essentially a cold climate type of forest. And and even at that time, there was plenty of evidence that essentially the warming of New Hampshire would mean that spruce fir forests, you were only going to find them as you move higher and higher up the actual White Mountains themselves. There's no way to restore spruce fir forests to the White Mountain National Forest the way it was in the 19th century with climate change. I mean, it can't be done. It's going to be a lot of hemlock. It's going to be some increase in maple, but even less of that. It's going to look more like forests in New Jersey. That's the way that's the way it's going. So, anyway, I guess I sidetracked. So that is essentially, I guess the story there, to my mind, is a really good thing that the Forest Service did in not putting economics first, putting the restoration of an ecosystem as the primary purpose, really good, but failed into dealing with what the impacts of climate change is going to be on their management plan. And it's basically spent 900 pages and extensive amount of time creating these alternatives where it wasn't going to work. And they should have known that at the time. They certainly know it now, but we don't have a new management plan. So that's kind of disappointing. I don't know what the end of that story should be, except the fact is that it's important to incorporate climate change, what we know about climate change, into even if our goal is to avoid putting price tags on all parts of nature, we still need to certainly incorporate what we know about the science of to actually deal with proper management.
Thank you all so much. This is a little bit to the left field of this, but it's in relation. I'd love to start with Emily, if possible. What role do you believe that Indigenous sovereignty is going to play in mitigating climate change?
there's a classic statistic that, what is it, 85% or something of all biodiversity is on Indigenous owned land. And there's been some debate whether how true that is, but I think what we can understand is that Native people know how to take care of the land they're on and how to live on it in a more gentle way because they have an obligation to honor the land as the ancestor, and they're not going to destroy it. So I think other cultures can learn a lot about that, and I think it's also important that if Indigenous people have sovereignty, to understand that they're not in a type of culture that's going to put economical value on the land because it has a deeper intrinsic value. So I think it does play a role. I think there's going to be a lot of pushback from the current larger society and more dominant governments on that basis because there seems to be, I think part of it's a fear of giving up control. They have this feeling of needing to be in power. And the idea that that provides security when the only thing that can provide security is a healthy environment that we all take care of and a peaceful mindset to work with each other.
Yeah, I mean the biodiversity on Indigenous lands or in places that are cared for, protected by Indigenous people is critical to protect, right? I totally agree with Emily. Colleagues who are doing this like big research project across multiple countries in South America talked about, they did like a lot of mixed methods analysis with lawyers too, but like with ecologists and different groups and led by Indigenous communities, and found that there's archipelagos, like islands of biodiversity everywhere where Indigenous people have maintained their traditional connections to the land, even if they're not titled, because there's a lot of places where they maintain those connections, but they're not necessarily titled lands back to them, depending on the country and the history of land titling. But that I think was really important to think about spatially as a geographer, think about that differently, that there are these archipelagos everywhere and that our adaptive management, our protection needs to be around supporting, protecting those biodiversity areas that remain and corridors and connectivity across those areas. And you all are the lawyers or lawyers in becomings, but what I've read in literature and reading in Indigenous studies in North America versus different conversations in South America is that, sovereignty is legalized here. Maybe I'm explaining that incorrectly, but you know what I'm saying? And then in Mapuche territory of Chile, they do not have sovereignty legally, but they enact and live sovereignty, even though it's not legally recognized. And so learning that has taught me more about how the law works in practice and thinking about what does it mean to have sovereignty and how is that actually granted? I'm not sure. And I think those are important questions that Indigenous people need to lead us in answering. But it's critical, right? It's one of the most important things. And I can say personally, spending time with Mapuche communities for years has taught me how important that is and that they know how to do that, right? They're already doing that. They're just dealing with all of these different laws that allow for private companies and other ways to erode or affect their cultural relationships to different species, to water systems. And so it's not just about Indigenous law, but it's also about changing environmental law, changing other laws that impinge on that sovereignty and allow for interventions that can destabilize those relationships to continue.
No, I can absolutely agree. And not a whole lot I can add to any of that on a personal level, except I can say that the ecologist part of me has really noticed over the last couple decades an increasing willingness among people in professional ecologists trained in Western science to actually learn from traditional ecological, traditional knowledge, Indigenous knowledge, And to accept that maybe the stuff that we learn in grad school from Darwin, taken from Darwin and from the colleges and stuff, isn't the only way to understand nature. So there's been really a growth in that, and also a growth of using that Indigenous traditional knowledge in management. And I use this example quite a bit in my classes of forest management in some areas of California that has started to incorporate essentially the way that Native Americans there have been managing those forests for centuries, if not millennia, actually. And we've seen much more success with that. Same with a lot of fisheries in areas as well. So that is, I think, a great thing, and it's and hopefully that will something that will continue. Because I mean, I go back. Another example I always use in my classes is essentially when U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or somebody in cases, I can't think of the case right off the top of my head, but from 20, 30 years ago, essentially talking about endangered or threatened species on Native American land and putting restrictions upon what they should be able to do on their land because of endangered species. And the pushback would be that, well, you come here to tell us about, we've been living with these species for thousands of years, and you come, from Washington or stuff where you actually have already wiped them out there. So who are you to be telling us how to take care of nature and take care of these species? And I think maybe now some of those land managers, some of those people at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, some of the scientists like me who work with them, scientists / lawyers who work with them, are saying, yeah, maybe you're right.
You all, and how do you think that we can kind of recalibrate and reconnect to the land where possible? We could start with Dr. Jones.
Oof.
Sorry, I'm giving you all the tough ones.
No. I mean, on a personal level, of course, just get out in nature as much as possible. I mean, as a kid growing up, that was what I did all the time. And that's why I wanted to be a biologist. That's why I wanted to be an oncologist. I was just always out, kicking around, whether it be in the desert or the forest or whatever. And so, being in touch with nature as much as possible. I know I made a huge mistake once. Years and years ago, I filled in and taught the summer ecology course in the summer session here. And at the time, as I think it is now, it was very much of a field-based class, looking at landscape ecology and what have you, which is, for me, that's natural history. That's the essentially essential part of becoming an ecologist or having an ecological mindset. But I decided at the time, in my being younger then and foolish, I suppose, is I decided that no, I'm going to redo this class. I'm going to make it into a way that basically you can read a science that as a JD student or whatever, that you're going to be able to know what kind of questions to ask your expert witness, your scientist who's going to be on the stand, which I think is incredibly important, mind you. That if somebody gives you a science report, as a lawyer, you're going to be able to look at it and understand it, or at least know the right questions to ask to help yourself understand it, things like that. And all of which I think is incredibly important. And I still think it's important. I still think that kind of class. And I actually had an online class here for better part of 10 years, which I'm going to try to get restarted on science for environmental law, which is dealt exactly with that. That said, my mistake is I dropped the field. I only had a little bit of field stuff, and that was a mistake. That was a huge mistake, because the very first thing I should have realized is that before teaching somebody the logistic equation for population growth, I had, which I think is important because it's the basis for a lot of biodiversity studies. But before you do that, you have to hook people on the importance of populations and nature itself. You have to get people out there and, show them what human activities are doing to a landscape, an ecosystem, and what have you. And I sort of, in my mind, I took all that as given and just, okay, let's jump into the details of what to do with it. But it wasn't given for a lot of people that, it's something that's really important. So I think both classes, both the field studies and the more and what I had planned should both be offered, but you should start with engaging with nature and seeing what human activities can do both on a negative, but also on a positive scale to actually make those ecosystems more resilient to whether it be climate change or other human impacts.
It's a big question. I mean, I think that everybody's answer is different. So I could say a few things, but I think that everybody is going to live and experience their recalibration to nature based on who they are, their history, their ancestors, where they're from, where you're living, right? And so like basic things I would say for myself is like getting outside, right? Slowing down. For me, it's rivers, being near waterways, growing food, barefoot time on the earth. Like they're kind of, that can sound hippie, but it's also just kind of a metaphysical thing, right? And so those are kind of the basic pieces I'd say. As someone who is, a settler on this land and a white person, I think connecting to our ancestry is super important. I think the loss of our ancestry is something that takes away part of our identity and connection to the earth as well. Like we all have the geographies that our ancestors came from, right? And if you think about that and understand that, that can teach you things about like, is it waterfalls that are like a sacred place for you to potentially connect with your ancestors? Or is it a desert landscape? Like those things, is it rocks in certain ways? Like I have learned that there are geographies to these things. And so learning about your ancestry and learning about, if you can, or think, dreaming or other ways of connecting to nature are really important, I think, to have other aspects of those connections be meaningful. And not to prescribe anything because everybody is different, but that's something that's been meaningful for me over the time and over my experiences.
This reminded me of a conversation I had with a friend once, and she was talking about how she really enjoyed going outside and just getting away from the real world, as she called it, for a while. And that took me by surprise. I stopped and went, but nature is the real world. Everything else that humans created is our own little, I don't know what you call it, the human world we created, but the real world really is nature, and it's where people really belong. That's where we evolved alongside it. So I think perhaps shifting that mindset that humans are separate from nature and that we are no longer a part of it and that it's something we can go and look at, but aren't necessarily involved with is important. We need to realize that we are a piece of nature and the environment, which is why we affect it so much and it affects us. You'll notice the relationship we often affect it negatively, while it has a very positive effect on us. Scientifically, people say, oh yes, the water ions, there's all the scientific reasoning for it. But there's also the spiritual reasoning for it, and that's because it's where we belong. And it's important to address the balance we have upset by negatively affecting nature when it gives us so many positive benefits. And that's something I actually do as part of the Forest Project. Is one of the main questions we address and try to treat in the community is how can we help people build connection to the land, have a healthier relationship with it. And like we've all agreed, it's really through experience. You need to experience it. You need to go out on it. That's how you build emotional bonds to a place. And it's also just, changing those mindsets and realizing you can be a part of it. You can be a positive piece of nature as well and have a good relationship with it. The balance there is really important, I believe, to really help put humans back into their place of harmony with the rest of the world.
I love that. Thank you. I personally, I grew up in a very small town, and my mom growing up, she would always tell us, well, if you're anxious, just go outside and hug a tree because you'll ground yourself. And I never thought that that was strange until I moved into a city. I thought, oh, well, I guess I can't do that now. But Yes, it's so important is like getting outside, reconnecting with it physically as well as spiritually. So I think this is something that's come up a little bit during the panel, but specifically, you know, a lot of the people in this room are hoping to be attorneys one day, maybe litigators, maybe on the policy side. What is something that you think that we can do as potential attorneys, either inside the courtroom or outside, that can move forward this reconnection with place and land?
Complicated question. I don't know a lot about law. I'll just say it. I think understanding that the law you're working within is created by a colonial society is the first step of really addressing the power imbalance that comes with this. You know, a lot of the rules created by the colonizers has now been turned into it's the law of the land. It's the law. But it's not the only way to do things. It's not the only way to see things. It's perhaps not even the correct way. And I think you need to be mindful of that, if nothing else, that this way we operate in the larger society can go very against other people's culture.
Totally agree with Emily. Yeah, for me, studying the law in Chile and learning about and reading different indigenous scholars writing about legal systems. I read that, and that really taught me to think differently about the law and understand its origins, and that it will always have limitations because of those origins, right? I am a hopeful person. I know we're talking about hope today, and one thing that makes me hopeful is legal innovation and the ways in which Indigenous communities or other local communities work with attorneys to creatively interpret the law, even though it's limited and even though it has those colonial origins, to protect their sovereignty, to make certain claims. And those can be, you know, in Chile, but like studying in different places, it's like there's always what's happening in the courtrooms and in the legal and administrative processes, and then the ways in which there's communication and social movements that are also pushing for change in relation to those legal and administrative processes. In that sense, I really find a lot of hope in the rights to nature movement. While they're not recognized constitutionally in a lot of countries, there's still these like popular processes to recognize the rights to nature in a lot of countries. And then the countries where they are constitutionally recognized or otherwise, they're leading the way in terms of showing us how things can be done different. There are always limitations, but you know, New Zealand remains a really important reference in Chile and in South America, among other places. And my collaborations in Chile are focusing more on the rights to nature because it's an important avenue to take that brings more international attention when there's limitations at the nation state level. You know, I just heard of a group recently in Western Mass that's also pushing for the rights to nature. Sometimes it can feel like we're farther away from that possibility in certain parts of the United States, but to see groups really innovate legally and push for that here, it makes you think like, oh, it could be possible here. Like we could see times when there are actually fish swimming up again, you know, our rivers in ways that they haven't for a really long time. So yeah, the rights to nature for me right now, I think they give me a lot of hope, even though I absolutely recognize the limitations that Emily brought up earlier.
Yeah, that's a great example. I hadn't thought of that, but I would also really love to see much more of the international environmental law, like rights of nature, where you do see it in some countries. Hopefully we'll see that more incorporated into laws in the U.S. I mean, we do have. I mean, the closest thing we could have that right off the top of my head is where you have some states, even like a very conservative state like Montana, where they probably think it's a mistake now, the politicians of Montana, that's, you know, 10 or 20 years ago, they wrote into their constitution that people have a right to a good environment. And they probably regret putting that in the constitution now because, you know, cases are going against the government there. But, you know, things building upon that is, I think, a really powerful thing. And yeah, I would absolutely agree that I would love to see. And I think we will. I think it's going to take, you know, you guys, younger people, to actually keep working at stuff, and we'll see it. I think we're going to see it mostly at a start at a state basis. So as a lawyer, state courts are a place to actually, and state legislatures to actually pass these kind of laws. I really do think that that's not that you give up on at a federal level, but you do both. But I think you'll see some of the first successes at a state level. The only other thing I'll add is that on a very practical level, about I think what the question house was, how to use a place-based thinking as a lawyer. And in litigation, I think there's also things you can do right now in cases, is that I think whether it be to a court or to a jury, that fashioning arguments that really emphasize the impacts of an activity on nature, on a particular part of nature or a particular place that's going to resonate with the court, was going to resonate with a particular jury. That's a potential winning argument to make as an attorney. And that's the kind of thing that you give people a hook to the legal, to basically the legal remedy you want to lead them to, is if you talk about the actual impacts that things are having on the nature, the places that are dear to them as well. So there is already, that is, I think, something that any good attorney can do, fashioning an argument or fashioning questions to an expert on the stand, is emphasizing the particular place and what the impacts are going to be.
Well, thank you all so much. This has really been wonderful. I personally could go on for much longer, but I'll open it up and see if anyone from the audience has any questions. I can keep going if not, don't worry.
Hi, I'm Juliana. So I feel like conservation in general is very biocentric in its approach, where we really try to focus on biological diversity protection. But I think to protect the land, you also have to protect the community that also exists. How do you see that going forward being possible? Because I noticed in the past, there's been a culture of removing Indigenous communities from their lands in order to create protected areas. So how do you see that being mediated in the future?
That's a very keen observation, and it is a major issue. And the organization I'm a part of has actually been talking about convening some sort of large discussion on changing conservation easements so that they are more compatible with Indigenous peoples' perspectives. Yeah, that idea that we need to rope off nature to protect it from ourselves is very different than the Indigenous perspective of being a part of it and taking care of it. So yeah, there's definitely work that needs to be done there. I don't have an answer to how, but I think it is important that we start looking at new models and ways of doing it, because there shouldn't be places where we protect nature and then places where we destroy nature. We need to start protecting the entire earth and treating it with this type of respect we would a conserved area.
It's a tricky question, right? I mean, I've studied it more in Chile, so I guess I'll answer it thinking with that place. But there's a lot of conservation that's privately owned, and then there's national parks. But in both settings, they allow certain extractive industries like hydropower development, and there's a lot of exclusion of local ancestral people being able to access those spaces, hunt, access, or I want to say it in Spanish too, harvest different berries and fruits, right? And so that divide isn't working, and it reproduces colonial relations in certain ways. And there's a lot of smart people thinking about this, and there are examples where there are much better co-management strategies, right? And so I would say like looking to the places where that's working well and in good relation and like sharing out those practices with other places is an important way. And then that the local ancestral people lead this process, right? But that's easier to say than do.
I'll just add real quick that one thing we saw under the Biden administration is finding sort of an increase in co-management of some federal public lands between the federal agency and tribal groups as well. I think of Bears Ears National Monument, which obviously a lot of litigation back and forth about how big it should be and what should be protected, what have you, that the management plan designed for it was specifically hammered out with the input of local Native American groups, and that they have a hands-on role. I don't know as much about the details of it as I probably should, but it's something that you didn't see 10, 20 years ago. So there is a potential for that to actually be a real good starting point, where at least on federal public lands, maybe not under the current administration, but under on federal public lands, you'll see more of integration at the very least of Native and and the federal agencies' approaches to management.
Thank you.
Vermont Law School has a very intimate connection to the remarkable process that just happened with that since the Obama administration, because my nephew is one of the lawyers, solicitors for the Department of Interior who's managed that. And he managed the creation of those two entities with the partners. And then he also managed the Trump administration reduction of each one of those monuments down to 10% of their original sizes. And then he managed the Biden administration, making them once again the same size they were. And now probably they're going to do the 10% thing if they're going to leave them intact at all. And he's still in the same position. And he will continue to be. He's not going to lose his job because he knows more about it and many others who are doing that work. And they are, to some extent, from what I understand through my family, beloved by the Republicans because they just do their job. So, and that's Vermont Law School. He and his wife both graduated from this school. And that legacy is also what created the Abenaki Lane claim, which was successful in Vermont and which still stands, which acknowledged the Aboriginal rights of the Abenaki to all of the homeland. And that is intact. And Earl and I were just talking about that in terms of the rights of the Ottaquechee River, the White River, and all of that is still intact. It's not over or gone. And some of that thinking is based from here. The lawyer who helped us with that, Gabor Rona, who's now an internationally recognized lawyer on the international levels, graduated from Vermont Law School. So keep going. Don't stop. It's going to be okay. And thanks especially to Emily for coming out of the nearby close woods and educating all of us about the fact that it's still okay.
John Moody, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that comment. And I think kind of along those lines and along the whole theme of today, how do you think we can nurture hope in this time period and kind of keep going even when it seems impossible?
I think building our communities again is a really important place to start. I see a lot of hope in this particular community, South Royalton area, the surrounding White River watershed. I think the strong sense of community and that we're willing to work together, support each other, help each other. I think that gives me hope. I think it gives a lot of people reason to hope. because at the end of the day, it's going to be the communities that help each other get through the climate crisis into a future. So I think, volunteer if you can, local organizations, communities, build those connections, talk to your neighbors, and give back to the land where you live.
Yeah. I think building community is really important. And it's so strange right now because we're living such an intense time where a lot of people are suffering or having their rights infringed on. But at the same time, like being in that state of concern, I feel a stronger connection to a lot of my community members because we've been reaching out more, we've been activating more, we've been talking more, we've been like sharing our emotions and concerns for this moment. And so it's this strange time where it's almost surreal to watch the news right now. And yet I feel more connected to my local community because everybody's at this heightened state of concern. And so I guess, in teaching undergrads primarily in my profession, I just feel like we have to always keep hope going, right? And like keep it going with each other and like almost feed it, right? And nurture it. And obviously everybody has their days where that doesn't feel possible, and rest and other types of care are important then too. But yeah, I think it's like realizing what activities that you do that give you hope and continuing to make time for those, and like find a job if you can to do that work that also makes you feel hopeful in your professional career. Or if you're working a job right now where that doesn't feel as possible, finding those volunteer opportunities or activities and really like prioritizing that work because that keeps us healthy too, right? It's like it's good for us on all these different levels, and ideally it's also good for the earth.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, essentially, if you just keep looking at the big picture, things look really depressing. But at the local place level, there's so many, great projects you can work on, in Vermont, New Hampshire, whatever state you're from. If whatever you're interested in, whether it's protecting a particular river, protecting a particular critter, what have you, and those kind of things, those small scale, maybe small scale, or it could be a part of a big project as well. There's tons of volunteer activities, work activities out there. Certainly, Vermont has a lot of different different kinds of groups that are involved with both, really monitoring bird species, the coming and going of various bird species, various how to maintain bird habitat, fish habitat, mammalian habitat in Vermont, what have you. And there's a lot of different projects on that. And regardless of what direction climate change goes from now or into the future, regardless of how the federal management goes now or into the future, there's things that we can do at the very local level to build resilience in the local environment that will, make it more resilient to deal with, to face off any sort of threats into the future, or at least to come out better than if you don't do anything at all. So I think if you stay focused on the here and now, on what you can do as an individual and as a group of people in your local area, you'll find that there's a tremendous amount of work out there, really valuable work that will build a better future for the local community.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I believe we have a few minutes left, or okay. Oh, we have a question.
Thank you all first for all sharing your perspectives. This has been really incredible. I'm curious to know, as you've done your work and as you've gone through your career, if you have found any, I guess, kind of what your takeaways are for land management, and if you can share like what maybe your ideal guidelines for land management would be, like your guiding principles, and how your work experience has kind of informed this, if there, I don't know, I guess I'm just curious if there are any stories that you can share about that and how you have maybe like what an ideal version of guiding principles for land management would be.
So let's start with you, Dr. Kelly. Yeah. Sure, I haven't started yet. So I don't work in land management. So I feel like I'm going to answer it in terms of water. Okay. So like it's been interesting. Maybe I'll talk about this like debate that my collaborators in Southern Chile are having around kind of like there's this whole movement to do repair and like repair of our ecological relations and like restorative work with landscapes. And I mean, I've seen amazing work. Like I lived in Tucson, Arizona, and there's the watershed management group that's like changed the whole local ecology by doing curb cuts and like allowing for rain, like passive and active rainwater harvesting throughout the city, and then replanting native species. So, projects like that build out from a small scale to like a regional scale are really amazing because they're like based on local solutions and they can kind of build out to a bioregional scale, which I think makes a lot of sense to think at. But then it's been really interesting working with Mapuche Wiche collaborators who don't like to use the word repair or like don't like to think about restorative ecology because they're like, you just need to leave the Mapu, the earth, to like do its thing, basically. Like it doesn't need our repair. Like it doesn't need this whole science of restoration. We just need to let it breathe and so and not be harmed. Right. And so I guess my answer would be like, I think depending on the landscape, like a bit of both is needed, but always first listening to the local ancestral people and letting their long-term practices set the tone and like methodologically, like every step needs to be consulted. Like we can't just make decisions and like take a process and come back later and say it's been collaboratively done. Like real collaboration is every one of those decisions is talked about and decided. And there's like a really clear methodology for doing that so that there's total transparency, total consent, and like a lot of capacity has to be built sometimes so that local folks can make different decisions, not because they don't understand what's happening with plants, but because they might understand what this law means or what this environmental regulation means or where that knowledge is going in some server to make decisions about data sovereignty. And so I think that there's a mixture of approaches that we need to make at this time where we can bring in best tools from science, but be humble about them. And so I can't answer it in terms of land management, but those are kind of the pieces of wisdom that I've learned working with water. Jump to Dr. Jones.
Yeah. Oh, another tough question. I'm about general principles about land management. I mean, selfishly, what I would see, what I want for the future in land management is that for everything, if I was king of the world and I was to develop it, what the future of land management would be, it would be one where we basically essentially have a rewilding of North America, a rewilding of Europe, a rewilding as much as possible. I mean, certainly when I was much younger, I mean that's what I always dreamed of. I want to see, and there's practical things we could do. We could, whether it be with state and federal land management, could be always you consider habitat corridors for different species. So especially with climate change, you can see more migration of species north or what have you, that we actually keep that in mind, and that we actually have the whole idea of having 30% of the land set aside just for wildness and stuff. I totally agree with. I mean, so I was always very much of a convert in those kind of things. The problem, though, is as I've gotten older, I do have learned that other people, communities who are impacted by those kind of policies, may not always agree exactly with my great goal for them, or for the land that they're living on. So yes, I mean, you need, on a selfish level, I want to see a much wilder world. But on a maybe less selfish level, I want to, you have to take into account what the people at the local level who are living there are, what do they want to see for the future? And, and I don't know what the right answer, how to do that. And I don't know if anybody really does in a really great way, especially if you're so concerned, if you really see that what the happening at the local level is going against what you think is best for everybody has this idea that, oh, I know better. And so I think more humility about that it would be a really good thing. But yeah, I can't really give you a really great thing except temper your ideas about what you think of as the goals for land management should be, and consider what the people who are living on the land, what they think, and see if you can actually come to some sort of understanding.
So when I make any sort of management decision, which I do for the forest project, I have one very simple question I always ask: is this what is best for the land? And if it's not, I don't make that decision. And this really stems from the very important Advocacy principle of caring for the land in a good way. To Kelly's point, it's really important to realize that sometimes the best management practice is to do nothing. It really does work. A lot of times the land can heal itself, and it just needs time and separation from human intervention, trying to manipulate it to what we want it to look like. There's also the cases, though, sometimes when the land has been so damaged that, it took a lot of work to put it into that state. It can take a lot of work to heal it again and restore what's been lost. So it's about balance and trying to figure out, do I need to intervene here, or is time really what's going to heal it? And when making that decision, I suggest give it at least a full year. If you're looking at a piece of land and you're trying to decide what should I do here, you need to study it for every season, at least for 1 year, fall, winter, spring, summer, and see how it changes and really understand what's going on and what's at play here before you make any sort of decision that can impact the ecology of the area.
Thank you all. Do we have any more questions? Do we have a few more minutes, or are we running up on time? I have one more to end on a bit of a fun note, hopefully. I was just curious about if you all can remember what was maybe like the first moment where you realized, like, oh, I'm connected to this place, or where you thought to yourself, like, this is something that we need to keep and preserve.
So I think I was just born with that feeling. It was so ingrained into my family. There was never this idea that I wasn't connected to it. As I got older and I started to realize other people didn't necessarily feel that way, that's when I sort of became aware that it wasn't always typical. But I think it was in my early teenage years, and a forest near my house had got clear cut. And that was the moment I realized things can change really fast, and you can take action to help prevent seeing things you love being lost. That was really a turning point for me. It was difficult. That's really one of the reasons I went into environmental sciences. I thought, I need to get the education to be at the level where people are going to listen to me when I tell them, hey, don't cut this forest. But it was a difficult decision because I was concerned that being in conventional science was going to go against my own native culture, and that there might be times when I would have to make decisions I didn't feel comfortable with. Luckily, that hasn't happened. I've received a lot of really great support that values my insight and opinions, and that's really been a game changer for me to actually be able to care for the land in a way that feels both right culturally and scientifically. It's been a real gift.
Yeah, I think I was 8 or 9 when there was clear cutting in the Maine woods in a place that we always went. And I was just irate. Like I was so angry as an 8-year-old. And it was just, that's when I realized, yeah, like my strong connection to the land. And you know, I grew up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, as I mentioned earlier. And in high school, we did this like collaborative study and this exchange with students from Russia, and which was incredible. And, Portsmouth, New Hampshire is now like a real tourist spot. It's growing. But it's also been a sacrifice zone. Like there's a lot of water contamination issues. There's a lot of Superfund sites around the area for the Air Force and for the nuclear submarines, which is why we had the exchange with Russia. This is between these two sister cities with nuclear submarine factories. And so I think at that time, realizing that like what it means to grow up in a sacrifice zone and what that means about like the politics of a country that would allow you to grow up in a sacrifice zone, it became and to see that like in Russia as well, like that it happened across countries and that we were left to live in these environments that were toxic, even though they look beautiful. That was a very important realization for me that's propelled my whole career in environmental issues and environmental defense.
Wow. I was lucky as a kid, I guess, because I was first several years of my life was up until I was about 10, living on either the Nevada or the California side of the Sierra Nevadas. And nothing bad happened in those particular areas. There was no clear cutting in the forests that we lived in. And I think maybe that I hadn't really thought of it until right now that maybe that actually has sort of formed my perspective a little bit, is that when I think of nature, I think of just almost untouched nature because that's what I was used to as a little kid. And it really wasn't until my teenage years when we moved down to Las Vegas in southern Nevada that things started changing. Now, that was a long time ago. I was a lot, Las Vegas was a lot smaller than it is now. But I remember being able to go up to the mountains that Las Vegas is in a valley. And you go up into the mountains about, Mount Charleston's about almost 12,000 feet. And you get up there and you look down and it was still pretty clean. I mean, it was fairly pristine. You could hardly even see the city off over down into the south. There's a lot of really nice desert and what have you. Now, go back there 20, 25 years later when, take my then wife up, my wife up to the top of the mountain and looking down into the same place. Basically, the city has, expanded throughout the valley. And what used to be nice, clean air was now like pea soup looking down into it as well. And then I remember taking my father had to go to the hospital, so I was going to take him to the hospital. He says, "Oh, it's over in Green Meadows or Green Valley." And I'm thinking, well, where the hell is that? And it says, over is such and such a road. Basically, it was an area that was all really nice desert when I was a kid. So essentially this was my first experience really with sort of ecological and natural loss, was that areas that I knew as a kid as being beautiful desert were now strip malls, highways, and what have you. And that, I do remember that happening. That was a long time ago when that happened, but that having a real impact on me. So it's those two mutual things. One is being a real young kid, not experiencing that, and just seeing nature almost seemingly unchanging, and knowing now as an ecologist that wasn't true, but certainly there was no big forest projects, there were no big human developments going on where I was living up in Sierra Nevadas, and it was just really nice. And seeing that actually reverse itself down in Las Vegas and losing nature to a growing, ugly city. So I don't know if that actually answers the question, but those are the two things that popped to my mind.
Well, thank you all so much. It's truly been wonderful and very touching hearing everything that you all had to share and all the knowledge that you have to pass on. So thank you so much for being here today. And we hope, no pressure, but we hope that you'll join us for our networking time after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Vermont Law School for having us.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So one more thing, touching on kind of like what was mentioned in this panel about connecting with community and actions that are happening here. There are a lot of things happening here, even in South Royalton. So if you go over to the check-in table, there are some pamphlets and some like just QR codes that can bring you to links of like different solidarity actions that we're hoping people can show up for. So one of them is, they're like public comments that 350 Vermont is asking people to submit in like just hoping to get certain language that's really important put into a certain bill that, yeah, so if you could go sign that. Also, Migrant Justice has an ask out right now to support a bill for housing for migrants, and Free Her, which is a prison abolitionist organization, is asking for people to submit comments opposing a new women's jail in Vermont. So these are kind of Vermont-wide issues, but there's also a list of a bunch of local, super local orgs and some of the actions and like more community-based groups. So please pick one of those up, get involved. There are a lot of things happening right here. You don't have to, for law students, obviously you guys are here right now, so maybe this, yeah, you don't have to wait till after law school to start doing the work. You really should start doing it now. If you aren't, but if you're in this room, you probably are, but take one for your friends. Okay. And yeah, so let's like keep fighting the fight where we are right now and not participate in like extractive educational practices. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The phrase thank you doesn't even like begin to encapsulate like the gratitude that we feel for all of the speakers here, and of course all of you guys for sitting tight and paying attention for kind of a long day. So we really appreciate it. We'll end today's discussion with a note of hope. I went through about a dozen drafts trying to figure out what to say today. As a white woman that has benefited from immense privilege, it felt shallow to stand up here and deliver like a never give up speech. So instead, I'll talk about perseverance in the face of authoritarianism, and I'll center on hope in the context of our moment in history right now. Just before I start, I'm going to mention the term BIPOC a couple times during this, and that is an acronym that stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. I'll start where kind of some of the action started with EJ in the modern movement here. The 1982 Warren County, North Carolina protests that are widely recognized as, you know, some of the sparks of the movement. At a 2022 gathering to commemorate these protests, a Warren County church elder named Edgardo Colon Emerick delivered a powerful message. He said, "Hope has two daughters, courage and anger." 3 years later, here in 2025, hope can seem out of reach, just beyond the next election, or maybe, just maybe, in time for the world to salvage its, you know, precious time to heal. I very often think of Edgardo's words in my daily life: courage and anger, courage and anger. How do we hold these actions in both hands while we see the demolition of life-saving federal agencies, while we watch as folks seeking asylum are poked, prodded, and investigated? How do we maintain hope when our job offers are being revoked, when the cost of living is paralyzing us, when we are inheriting a future on fire? How do we keep going when Flint still doesn't have clean water, when EJ information is being wiped off of government websites, when climate disasters hit us faster than we can recover? How do we stay courageous when we feel so much anger? Learn from this mess is to follow what has been proven to work. Listen to Indigenous folks and their guidance, but don't take their guidance for granted. We, referring to white folks, must do the majority of the heavy lifting here. For a way forward, I always think of this great quote from the founder of the Me Too movement, Tarana Burke. She asks, Where do you light the fire? Your sphere of influence is a great place to start and end. If that is where you are a revolution for the rest of your life, then that's okay. What this moment in time tries to tell us is that your work is not real. If it's not the Black Lives Matter movement or the Me Too movement, you're not doing enough. She goes on to say, people need to understand just how important it is for people to see you want to be a revolution, for you to understand the people who you are influencing around you right now, and that is enough. Tarana is right. Realizing that not enough people are acting on climate can invoke anger. Realizing that people are suffering institutional violence from government's undying love of fossil fuels can certainly induce anger. Talking about it is courage. Posting about it is courage. Correcting misinformation where you see it is courage. Helping your neighbors is courage. Somewhere in there, somewhere deep down, is hope. Nestled between the tears and the smiles, cradled in the minds of volunteers and canvassers, even right on this stage today. Hope lives in all of us, although it might not manifest how we expect it. Getting to hope through courage and anger requires empathy, of course. As author Clayton Aldern writes, empathy requires knowing you know nothing. To white people specifically, scrap everything you know to be true. Capitalism has boxed us in to everyone's detriment. It's the BIPOC folks, the frontline communities, and the people who are consistently pushed to the edge that know the truth. So listen up. To BIPOC folks, thank you. Thank you for remaining courageous and rightfully angry. Thank you for always stepping up when you know you haven't caused the problem. Thank you for sharing your lived experience, and thank you for listening to ours. Thank you for giving me hope. I'll end with another wonderful quote, this time from the author, Lisa Fithian. She says, no matter who is in power or how difficult life may seem, we can choose to focus on the everyday beauty of the natural and human worlds. We can be open to learn. Nature is our greatest teacher if we pay attention. Birds flocking, lion prides, herds of horses, and schooling of fish teach us the power of moving together as a group. They teach us there is not one leader, but many. We might see a flower blooming and be reminded of how a simple seed takes root, or see a weed cracking through the concrete and be reminded that seemingly strong barriers can be broken through. The roots of trees go down, weaving together, reminding us that we are all interconnected, just like the running mycelia sending information across the land. The laughter of children can fill us with joy, reminding us the importance of playing in times of ease and also in times of challenge. We are so lucky to be alive. We are on this planet to evolve, to fulfill our potential, to love ourselves and one another, and to be in service of the greater good. What could possibly be better than that? Thank you.
Okay, I have the privilege of doing the fun part, which will start with another round of huge thanks. A huge thank you to Catherine for putting together such a wonderful list of resources to get engaged here locally in the community. A huge thank you to Lauren for ending us on such a hopeful and beautiful note. And another huge thank you to our speakers, both online and especially those who were able to be with us in person. Thank you so much for your work, and thank you so much for bringing your energy, your hope, and your insights to us today. We are so grateful to learn from you and be in community with you.